Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Hello. Hello. Sorry about that. That was weird. My computer just shut off. I really hope I don't have to get another fucking these. Mm. Is it possible, just possible, to get a refurbished computer that doesn't have a shitty fucking going to break in a month uh, power supply unit? 'Cause that's what it keeps fucking doing. Oh no, just chatting. It's driving me insane. I, I, I don't want to have to send the fucking thing back. Fucking box costs what, $20? I don't want to do that again. His body was missing a head. Huh? What? Huh? What the fuck? The fuck? Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hmm. So it's not coming out of that one either. What is up? No, yeah. Okay. I will get immediately banned. Yeah, Pokemon. I feel like she's causing drama. So there aren't that many huge female streamers. I either feel like she's getting mad that she's losing relevance. I mean, I can't fucking talk. I don't have relevance, but either that or she's just trying to cause drama for more relevance. But if that's the case, it's working because she ain't like I see so many fucking people talking about it. He looks like he's stroking out in this picture. Look at him. Like half his face is sagging. He looks fucking weird, man. Like he's lucky he has money because he's lucky he was born into money because there ain't no way he'd have 13 kids otherwise. He just looks fucking weird. His head, I figured it out too. His It looks like he had like a normal human's face, and then they just pulled it down on the y-axis a bit too far. Right? Look, like there's so much more space on that head for face. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. If his eyes were up here and his face were like longer, it'd be wonderful. But it's not, and there's a problem there. They're treating him as if he has dementia. No, they're treating him like he has dementia because he has dementia. Oh, fuck. Gamer from Mars. Holy shit. Yeah, he fucking looks like he's doing the fucking face. He's doing the typical control delete face. Okay, he captured it. I thought that was a stupid face, but that's mean. I'm about to say that's how his face looks, but that's I think it's very silly that he felt that his what is the control delete thing the animation had its own like paid service and it's just like that's ridiculous. It does not deserve that. You're from Mars. Oldest. Okay, I can't. Hmm. When I said it in late 1998, I read that as the late. And it's like, oh no. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, oh, God, no. Ah, 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 ah. That's not gonna get you just. Oh, God. Like, I go to cons and shit, but doing that shit out in the real world, just like, oh, it's an online, it's gonna get you to knock the shit out. And you have no one to blame but yourself. You get, oh my God. That's fair. Oh, I've seen that. You were alive in the 2000s. What the fuck? Wait. What? Bless you. You welcome criticism, right? Yeah, but you welcome criticism, right? A little bit. What the fuck? Mm. Yo, does he still need voice actors? I feel like I could make bank with that shit. With what I'm seeing right here. Mm. It looks like fucking Go Anime. He's about to get grounded. Oh, Jesus Christ! Ah, scared the shit out of me. Hi, hello, 5247. How you doing? The fucking that was so fucking loud. I was not expecting it. Hi. Hey, how you doing? Is it everything okay? Hey. Oh, sorry, I'm cooking food. Once I've eaten it, I feel I was getting like sleep deprived, but I gotta stay up if I'm gonna be able to wake up in the morning tomorrow morning. Wait. But I do want to play some more games. I'm kind of interested in seeing Hypnospace Outlaw, and I got it downloaded. But I just want to but yeah, I want to play that, but I want to stave off the sleep deprivation for a bit, so I can go into Hypnospace Outlaw, uh, fully happy. Hmm. It's almost like he's kind of fucking crazy. I was just looking up PvP. Because I just had like a fucking. I had a fucking like recollected memory of having the physical version, the deluxe edition or whatever, of City of Heroes, and it came with like a weird PvP comic, and I just like remembered it. Well, this probably something said in this video uh spawned the memory. I was like, oh shit, and I like looked up to see if it was real or a fever dream, and yeah, I can't find any actual like pages of it documented on the interwebs, but it's really weird that PvP is actually coming up now. Hmm. Isn't he fat? Is that his actual life or just a character in the comic? Oh, okay, so the character's not even real. That's fucking bizarre for him to have like a self-insert character and then a character. I can't really judge. Like I had some weird RPs, but I was a fucking teenager back then. And I don't think I've ever actually had kids or anything close to that in art. I don't know, man. He was a full grown adult. That's really fucking weird. Make a character for your web comic series that is completely fictitious, but you have your self insert, and then they're dating, and then they get them pregnant. That's fucking weird, man. Okay, holy shit, that makes it so. Like I was like, I've always been like, why are you fucking making fun of the guy? Why are you making fun of the guy? I thought that he was actually detailing like actual something that actually happened in his life. He was making a fucking. It's already weird when you're getting into like the. It's a web comic with this art style, and you're trying to get into some like really serious, weird, like ongoing arc territory. Fine, whatever. Like, I thought he was like animating animating. I thought he was drawing like a painful scene from his own life as kind of like a way to like process it. But it was a character that his self insert married that never existed. Holy shit, dude. That's bad. Yeah. I'm gonna use Game from Mars reactions. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm using Gamer from Mars joke. Wait, what? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Millhouse. Millhouse. Millhouse had a miscarriage. Not making light of miscarriages. It's just Millhouse. Marvelous the father. That's where I was in. Okay, this I think what's about to be shown is what I how I was introduced to the meme, and I didn't understand what the fuck I was looking at. And someone tried to explain it to me, and that didn't make it any fucking simpler on me. Like they tried explaining it in a really weird and like roundabout way, where I don't think they ever actually mentioned like that it was from a comic where the person was like making a weird. They don't. I think they were just explaining what the I think they were explaining what like the minimalist version of the comic like meant. That it was just like a minimalist version of a guy dealing with like they never mentioned control delete. They just like explained like what the subject matter was of the actual comic, the minimalist one, and just like okay, and like just to, like explain to me. It's funny. It's funny. It's like you know, like it's hilarious. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. But it was like okay, but they never at any point like said it's a reference to one of the most batshit insane things a person has ever. Well, that's not the case anymore. But at the time, I think DeviantArt wasn't in full swing yet. So or well, 4chan was. I don't know. One of the most batshit insane things that a webcomic that used to be revered as something incredible has ever b- released publicly. Hmm. What did she say? Like, I, the entire time I was thinking that, and I'm sorry I'm saying it again, but the entire time, and it just boggling my mind. The entire time I was thinking that he was his self insert with his girlfriend or wife insert, but she's just a fictional character. But his self insert is still a self insert. It's so fucking weird, man. Ew. Uh. Ew. See, that was semi-normal. But you know what? 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 That is almost the Japanese guy marrying Miku Hatsune is like the spiritual successor of that. That's the only thing I can kind of like compare it to. At least how my brain is processing this. Like, I made this girl that I think is kind of hot for my webcomic. Now now my self-insert is marrying her. It's so fucking weird, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that far back. I'm just glad I didn't get the first speech bubble. Wait, what? Streak? Uh, what the fuck, dude? What? Just throw out a fucking EMP. You'll destroy all technology, but you'll stay alive. Sorry, I. Uh, It's also where the money is. But I'm not going to say that part. What? Hmm. It's running miscarriage joke. That is not. Longest running miscarriage, that is not flat. His thoughts on his continued relevance. I'm pissed! It's just fucking weird, dude. He's dead. Wait, what? There. Whoa. No, 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 no. Fucking cringy, man. Oh, oh. He's dead. I don't know if that's actually the case. I should maybe not say something. Maybe not say anything. Of course. Oh, what the fuck? it is an absolute shame because I do actually really like the art style, even if it's like super simplistic art styles can absolutely be genuinely good. Like I'm not speaking from a place of bias here. Um, my usual art style. I don't know if I have a usual art style. I haven't done art in so long, like obsessively like I used to in fucking high school. Um, I don't know if I really have anything resembling an art style now, but when I'm doing art, or when I did art, blah 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 blah, it didn't look like the Natalie, the super simplistic Natalie PNG model that I used for the longest, or that I've been using and I've been basing my emotes around and everything. I made that super simplistic and goofy looking because I thought it was funny. And admittedly, this wasn't the initial thought behind it. I just thought it looked funny, but it does make making art around it a very quick process, making emotes around it, changing things up about it, just a very quick process. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Right. Hmm. Yeah. that voice is kind of right. Uh, oh, is it the pedophile? And then he was exposed as a pedophile. And he's like, no, they were short stacks. They were short stacks. They weren't children. Ah, that's close to me. Wait, what? Oops. Oh, what? Oopsie. Jesus Christmas! Oh! I should maybe turn that the fuck down, but it reminds me I'm alive. How are you doing? Hello, Saint Ive, no Andres. I'm sure I butchered that. How are you doing? Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? I zoned out for a second. What? 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 Damn. When you said what up and he said it was out of stock, I assumed it was fucking like gamer plushes, dude. What the hell? Is face cream like cohesive with your brain? I guess I Oh Jesus! Oh, Speed 00, how you doing? This is 3 follows in the last hour. Maybe I should just chat more. Maybe I should. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should be doing YouTube watch alongs more. Holy jeez. How are you doing? Hey, Speed. Oh, isn't he also a fucking psychopath racist? I might be because I know the Earth Creator is too, so I might just be thinking of the Earth Creator. Let's find out. Is Dilbert Dogbert Boss? Is I don't know. That might actually be his name. I don't know. I mean, I definitely know of Office Space. That's a really good movie. But I know of Dilbert. I think I read a little bit of it as a kid because I was a stupid child who liked the funnies because I didn't know what real humor was. No, uh there are some absolutely amazing uh newspaper comic, funny strips. Oh my God, Calvin and Hobbes is so good. But but and I'm not saying Dilbert is bad. I'm just saying like little fucking 6, 7-year-old me reading this newspaper comic about a guy in an office job dealing with the crazy kinds of things that goes on in an office job. Are just like oh, I don't know where's the overlap. It's just really weird that I was like, oh, this is funny. Hey, it's relatable. That is how life is sometimes in an office. But I don't know. I will withhold uh from some slightly meaner things I could say until I find out if the guy is truly like a crazy fucking racist asshole. Oh, but yeah, what I was saying is, I didn't know, like, I lived in the late 90s. I knew of Dilbert, and I think I read a little bit. I didn't know, like, it was this insanely big, but probably because I didn't work an office job in the 90s, which is kind of what I was alluding to. Oh! Whoa. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, about you're just gonna censor it out, aren't you? Yep. Ah! Even better. It did go well, didn't it? Right? What? I mean, everything is not his fault. Wait, what? Yeah. It's not good. Or being a crazy bastard. Crashing and bring what? Oh, each occasion. Also, I apologize that I'm not giving as much commentary as I was. I kind of felt like I was starting to be like too mean, and I, I don't know that kind of negativity. I just don't want to come off as an asshole. Because I kind of, I don't know. I just don't want to be overtly negative and like come off as like condescending or smug because it's not. I'm going into a few of these videos like knowing that the person is just a complete piece of shit, but I don't want to like say anything before it's revealed because I'm not trying to assume any sort of prior knowledge on people and anyone viewing because I don't. It just it's not how you go. You get. I could click on fucking any video here and it could be the most esoteric thing, and I really don't know what's truly esoteric at this point, like on the internet, if that makes any sense. I just feel really bad for the uh, woman involved, Stacy. Yes. I didn't actually hear her name, but I feel really bad for his business partner in that venture. Like he fucked it up for her so badly. 1998. Oh, what? Yeah, what the fuck? What? Oh, oh my gosh. Uh, uh, I gotta go use the restroom. Let's do this. Nope. I had to fuck his desktop audio off. Oh, it was off the entire time. Did I hit a button? Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, I will be back. Oh. Okay. So, this is weird. Anyway. Um. So apparently, oh, so apparently, um, spicy food, uh, can help. Oh my gosh. So apparently, spicy foods can help stimulate your metabolism. Oh, hi, Zadler. Hey, how you doing, boo boo? Just as I come back. Hello. Sorry. I do the idea. Um, apparently spicy foods can help stimulate your metabolism. Uh, because the capsaicin works your digestive system, so it's just it burns calories. That's good. I'm glad. It's not me saying free license to go eat 50,000 wings or spicy wings in one sitting. And I definitely uh with some of the oh shit melody I think uh with some of with the not trying to be or to be as unnasty as possible. Some of the after effects, it definitely doesn't seem like a healthy thing. That was not a pleasant experience. Spicy popcorn chicken. What is the proxy? It is. It is, but it becomes a painful experience after a couple of hours. Uh, you just heard cleaning staff flush the toilet. I guess the one flush I did wasn't enough. Not to get disgusting or anything. Why do I keep talking about it? Because I'm stupid. But, what the fuck?
dancing on his enemy's grave. To outlive his nemesis. Video this would be for the human race. He even hired some Ukrainian developers to
Of
make a
course.
video game
Of
based on
course. The classic flavors of Mexican and Indian.
product. It was simple. The player was required to guide Dilbert into exercising and eating healthy foods in order to outlive his nemesis. Succeeding in this task would reward the player with an animation of Dilbert dancing on his enemy's grave.
Oh,
Despite
this
Scott's
reminds me of
lofty ambitions, the
Neopets Flash games.
product flopped hard when it was released to the market. He was able to admit to some of its flaws, namely that the vegetable and bean content was so great that it caused digestive problems for many customers. But in his autobiography, Adams blames the failure of the Dilburrito primarily on rival food companies, who he alleges hired agents to go into grocery stores and hide his product in the back of the freezer section. It's important to note that this claim of corporate gaslighting was unconfirmable, and the only place I've ever seen it stated was by him. Scott Adams Foods soon ceased operation only a few years after being created, ending the cartoonist's dreams of changing the world. This appears to be a failure that still bothers him to this day. The Dill Burrito was much more than just a microwavable lunch option. It was supposed to be a gift to mankind. In 2006, he married a woman by the name of Shelley Miles, from whom he gained 2 stepchildren. The couple enjoyed a quiet relationship
Oh,
before eventually splitting in 2014. It seems as though they remained on good terms after the divorce, and Adams even continued to be a fixture in their children's lives in the following years. In his free time, of which it appeared he had a lot of during the early to mid 2000s, since drawing Dilbert took up very little of his daily schedule, Scott fancied himself something of a philosopher and life coach. After all, he was being paid a great deal of money for public speaking events. He has published many books over his lifetime, which expounded on the idea that the least competent people at any company would be promoted to management to mitigate the amount of harm they could do. While that's a funny concept for a 3-panel comic strip, I find it amazing that people actually live by that philosophy. You might be noticing a pattern here. Anytime he wants to achieve success or help one of his struggling business ventures, Adams will attach the Dilbert name to it in hopes of getting it a wider audience. This makes sense, as the comic has proven to be the most marketable idea out of any of them. But still, it's not the thing he's most proud of.
it doesn't make sense when it keeps destroying the things that he attaches the names to, though. It makes sense on like a once or twice practice business venture. Excuse me, business venture. But when it keeps just completely cannonballing everything that you're putting the name to, you gotta start to think maybe there's a correlating reason for that. Maybe there's a repeating problem.
In interviews, Scott Adams has stated that his true legacy will be his writings about religion. From 2001 to
What?
2004, he published a duology of novellas titled God's Debris and the Religion War, which detailed his views on theology. Sort of. It's important to remember that Adams has always been an unreliable narrator when it comes to telling stories about his life, and that goes doubly for discussing his personal beliefs. The introduction for God's Debris explains this in his own words. The opinions and philosophies expressed by the characters in this book are not my own, except by coincidence in a few spots not worth mentioning. You won't discover my opinions by reading my fiction. God's Debris is framed around a conversation between 2 nameless fictional characters, the protagonist and a mysterious old man who, as the author states during the introduction, knows everything. The 2 discuss a laundry list of topics, all revolving around God and religion, with the all-knowing old man described in the book as a 5th-level human, making some truly bizarre assertions about the nature of reality, which the protagonist slowly starts to believe over the course of the book.
Sorry, I never responded. Uh, I don't know, it's worth the pain. It feels like it in the moment, and I'm always regretting it.
These include the idea that all religions are subconsciously aware that what they believe is wrong, and only claim to have faith in order to receive the earthly benefits of doing so. He also states that
What?
all of creation is the result of God blowing himself up just to see what would happen if he died, hence the title God's Debris. To give my writer's review of the novella, it is a meandering story of 2 characters asking questions that are meant to sound vaguely intelligent, but ultimately mean nothing at all. One particularly aggravating exchange sees the characters debating the difference between fantasy and reality. The old man argues that an object that the protagonist has physically interacted with is just as real as something like the Easter Bunny, since both of these things now exist only as memories. This ignores the fact that nobody has ever physically interacted with the Easter Bunny.
Yeah.
Adams has described this book as a thought experiment, merely a series of ideas to ponder but not meant to be taken literally. However, the fact that he stated he believes some of the opinions expressed by the characters without specifying which ones leaves a lot of room for doubt. This is a frequent pattern when studying Scott Adams. He will often say outrageous things while downplaying and obfuscating how true he actually thinks they are. He'll say things he genuinely believes, except for the parts he doesn't, never clarifying which are which. One thing that he has been very upfront about is his belief in the power of words. Scott Scott is a trained
I know,
hypnotist.
that's right.
Upfront about is his belief in the power of words. Scott is a trained hypnotist receiving his certificate in his 20s. Now, hypnotism is a somewhat controversial subject in the field of psychology. While studies have shown it may have some benefits in situations such as weight loss, quitting smoking, or even pain relief, it is far from a miracle cure for any of these conditions, and has proven ineffective in many scenarios. But Adams has complete faith in the practice, seemingly likening it to some form of mind control over the plebs. Hypnosis treats people as if they are machines that can be programmed. If you provide the right inputs, you get the outputs you want. He has on multiple occasions referred to the human race as moist robots, who will bend to the will of anyone who can string together the right series of words. In fact, he claims to have put this into action within God's Debris, stating in the introduction for its sequel that he, quote, used a variety of hypnosis techniques in an attempt to produce a feeling of euphoric enlightenment in the reader. My writer Jack says he didn't feel this way after reading the book. Another one of Scott's deeply held beliefs is the power of affirmations. Essentially, this is a practice in which a person repeats their goals to themselves every day in order to help them succeed. In the past, when the cartoonist has spoken about affirmations, critics have accused him of believing they are some form of magic. Adams has strongly denied this, stating that he simply believes them to be helpful in focusing on one's goal. This may sound reasonable enough until you read the section of his autobiography in which he gives an example when affirmations have worked in his life. My first affirmation was, I, Scott Adam, will become rich. The long version of the story involves two ridiculously lucky stock picks that came to me out of nowhere in separate flashes of something that felt like intuition. I invested nothing in the first stock because of a paperwork snafu, and it subsequently went to the moon. I bought and quickly sold the second stock for a respectable gain and watched from the sidelines as it too zoomed up. Despite Scott's protests to the contrary, this sounds like someone casting a magic spell on their brain to tell them which stocks to invest in to become rich. And since he claims to have either pulled out before the stock's peak or failed to invest at all, he can't technically be proven wrong, which is also a pattern when researching for this video. Another instance in which he claimed affirmations helped him was when he developed focal dystonia during his early years of Dilbert.
And what would happen is, as soon as my hand would come down to the paper with a pencil in it, the pinky would start spasming. And the hand was perfect otherwise. There were no problems structurally with the hand. It wasn't carpal tunnel. And found out later, when I found the doctor who turns out was an expert on this very thing, focal dystonias, that it's a brain problem. And the solution, they said, was to stop doing what you're doing, which in my case meant don't be a cartoonist anymore.
Despite being told that there was no known cure or even a treatment, Adams persevered. He tried various workarounds such as drawing with his left hand or tying his pinky to his ring finger, but nothing worked. It seemed as though the cartooning career was about to be over before it even began. Eventually, though, he developed a technique to aid his recovery.
And I would sit at boring meetings for hours at a time, and below the table I would just touch my pen to my pad of paper and then lift it up before the spasm.
Expected that to go in an entirely different direction.
And then I got to the point where I could leave it there for a second before the spasm happened. And eventually I just kept doing it until a second before the spasm happened. And eventually I just kept doing it until that second would become 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And at about 5 seconds, it just, whatever was wrong with my brain remapped, and it just took the problem away.
Yes, through sheer force of will, Scott things got indefinitely brain so he could re-establish connection over the course of often than to hear, and each whom could offer him a proper diagnosis. He spent nearly 6 months now.
On this very thing, later, there were no problems structurally. He would start
believing they are some form of magic. Adams has strongly denied this, stating that he's enough to
and the hand was perfect otherwise. There were no problems structurally with the hand. It wasn't carpal tunnel. And found out later, when I found the doctor who turns out was an expert on this very thing, focal dystonias, that it's a brain problem. And the solution, they said, was to stop doing what you're doing, which in my case meant don't be a cartoonist anymore.
Despite being told that there was no known cure or even a treatment, Adams persevered. He tried various workarounds such as drawing with his left hand or tying his pinky to his ring finger, but nothing worked. It seemed as though the cartooning career was about to be over before it even began. Eventually, though, he developed a technique to aid his recovery.
And I would sit at boring meetings for hours at a time, and below the table, I would just touch my right hand to my
That
pad
sounds
of
so
paper
bad.
and then lift it up before the spasm happened, because I could, touch it. But and then I got to the point where I could leave it there for a second before the spasm happened. And eventually, I just kept doing it until that second would become 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And at about 5 seconds, it just, whatever was wrong with my brain remapped. And it just took the problem away.
Yes, through sheer force of will, Scott Adams had cured himself of an incurable condition. While this is also a difficult claim to verify, I have to give him the benefit of the doubt because enough reputable sources have reported on it, and it's safe to say that he at least suffered from focal dystonia and overcame it. As Adam writes in his book, "My hand doctor said I'm part of the literature on this topic now, although my name is not mentioned." But just because this particular affliction had ended didn't mean he was in the clear just yet. In 2005, Scott began to experience difficulty speaking in social settings, with words coming out choppy and oftentimes getting caught in his throat altogether. He reportedly spent nearly 6 months visiting various doctors, none of whom could offer him a proper diagnosis. Finally, he decided to consult the internet, at which point he was finally able to give his condition a name: spasmodic dysphonia. When he consulted his doctor, he was met with the same prognosis as his
It
patient.
sounds like he has some sort of degenerative brain thing that's gonna get really bad. I really hope that's not the case. Even if he is a crazy asshole, like, or a crazy bastard.
He remained this way for 3 years, barely able to talk to anyone. His doctor, he was met with the same prognosis as his pinky. There was no
That's
cure.
terrible. Even if he is a crazy bastard.
He remained this way for 3 years, barely able to talk to anyone, even his
That's
own
not
family, in a
something you should wish on.
as his pinky. There was no cure, and he would never speak properly again. He remained spasmodic dysphonia. When he consulted his doctor, he was met with the same prognosis as his pinky. There was no cure, and he would never speak properly again. He remained this way for 3 years, barely able to talk to anyone, even his own family, in a conversational setting. He more often than not was forced to use single-syllable words or a crude form of sign language to convey his needs. He was able to improve somewhat via a weekly treatment in which Botox was injected directly into his throat, but this was hardly a solution to the problem. It probably goes without saying that this was a difficult time period for Adams, as he became more and more reclusive and shrank back into his own world. Eventually, though, he was alerted to a highly experimental surgery in which his vocal cords would be completely severed from his brain so he could re-establish connection over the course of a months-long recovery. Despite being informed that there was a 15% chance that he could permanently remove his voice altogether, Adams decided to take the risk. Fortunately for him, this ended up being the right decision, as he claims his voice actually came back stronger than it was before. Scott also credits affirmations with this recovery, although it's not entirely clear how the two are connected. While his voice returned, there were still some lasting effects from his years without it. As he puts it, "For 3.5 years I experienced a total disconnect from normal life, and a profound sense of aloneness despite the love and support of my family and friends. It was because of this that the cartoonist decided to turn to the internet to fill the void. And this may have been the start of the long chain of dominoes that led to the end of Dilbert as we know it. As already established from his battles with the likes of Bill Griffith and Tristan Farron, Scott Adams does not enjoy being made fun of, and spending more time online meant more opportunities to see his name dragged through the mud. As social media continued to grow into the Goliath that it is today, people started taking notice of all the odd things Adams had been publishing. One early example came in 2011, when he wrote a blog post detailing his opinions on the men's rights movement, which somehow angered both sides of the political spectrum. I would like to speak directly to my male readers who feel unjustly treated by the widespread suppression of men's rights. Get over it, you pussies. The
Starting to like
reality
him
is
more.
that women are treated differently by society for
Oh, never
exactly the
mind.
same reason that children and the mentally handicapped are treated differently. It's just easier this way for everyone. You don't argue with a 4-year-old about why he shouldn't eat candy for dinner. You don't punch a mentally handicapped guy even if he punches you first. And you don't argue
What?
when a woman tells you she's only making 80 cents to your dollar. It's the path of least resistance. You save your energy for more
What?
important battles. This ignited a small firestorm online, downplaying how much of what he wrote he actually believed in, claiming he was just trying to be different. This, along with several other things he had written over the years, turned Adams into an internet oddity. One such
Yeah.
believed in, claiming he was just trying to be different. This, along with several other things he had written over the years, turned Adams into an internet oddity. One such place that began discussing him was the website Metafilter, where
He's
posts
starting to
after
feel
posts
like
of several
a
believers
successful
claiming
Christian.
he was just trying to be different. This, along with several other things he had written over the years, turned Adams into an internet oddity. One such place that began discussing him was the website Metafilter, where post after post was created lambasting the cartoonist for anything ranging from his apparent misogyny to his ego. After a while, though, a mysterious account named Planned Chaos showed up to defend the Dilbert creator. Lots of haters here. I hate Adams for his success too, but some factual clarifications are in order. As far as Adams' ego goes, maybe you don't understand what a writer does for a living. No one writes unless he believes that what you do. Some factual clarifications.
I feel like this is
as
gonna
far
be
as
just end up
Adams'
being
ego
Adams.
goes, maybe you don't understand what a writer does for a living. No one writes unless he believes that what he writes will be interesting to someone. Everyone on this page is talking about him, researching him, and obsessing about him. His job is to be interesting, not loved. As someone mentioned, he has a certain genius IQ, and that's hard to hide. Pretty much immediately, people caught on to the fact that this was just Scott Adams in disguise.
Yeah.
Metafilter users humored him for a little while, mainly relishing in the fact that they were able to make fun of the cartoonist directly. Nobody is suggesting that Scott Adams is talented or interesting. He certainly is rich, though, and if that isn't enough to earn your undying respect, then there's just no reaching you. Eventually, though, Adams chose to reveal his true identity and retreated from the thread. He later went onto his blog to discuss the matter, playing it off as if it wasn't a big deal and the criticism didn't bother him. On the scale of immoral behavior where genocide and criticism didn't bother him, to discuss the
He's
matter,
successful.
playing it off as if it wasn't a big deal and the criticism didn't bother him. On the scale of immoral behavior where genocide is at the top and wearing Spanx is near the bottom, playing it off as if it wasn't a big deal and the criticism didn't bother him. On the scale of immoral behavior where genocide is at the top and wearing
He's Christian. If someone like picked up Sonichu and it wasn't immediately like sued into oblivion by both Sega and Nintendo, like he's Christian. If Sonichu blew up and made him a lot of money.
Spanx is near the bottom, posting comments under an alias to clear up harmful misconceptions is about one level worse than Spanx. This was just a taste of what type of pettiness Scott was capable of when his views were challenged. And if an obscure message board was able to rile him up that much, things got indefinitely worse when he became more active on Twitter during the mid to late 2010s. If we made it legal for kids to kill their bullies, a lot of problems would go away. We'd create new problems, sure, but how could those new problems be worse? This is a thought experiment, not a recommendation.
You know, Jimmy O'Donnell's been missing for about 40 years. Let's go check. Maybe we should go check Scott's basement. He just has skeletons of all his childhood bullies in his basement. Every time he moves, he makes sure to pack them up in a box. Move them to the next basement.
Now that
crazy.
people had an unprecedented level of access to the cartoonist, though, these musings would receive a flood of negative replies, a great deal of which would go recommendation. Now that people had an unprecedented level of access to the cartoonist, though, these musings would receive a flood of negative replies, a great deal of which would be responded to by Adams. Strangely, he has referred to many of his critics as Keith, which from my best guess seems to be a reference to his hatred for the TV commentator Keith Olbermann. However, not all of his posts have been framed as these bizarre thought experiments. Once he made a tweet talking about why the Dilbert TV show had been cancelled all those years prior. Well, he had already spoken about this in 2006.
Because of my childhood bully.
Once he made a tweet talking about why the Dilbert TV show had been cancelled all those years prior. Well, he had already spoken.
My childhood bullies were all those mean old stupid executives.
About this and the Dilbert TV show had been cancelled all those years prior. Well, he had already spoken about this in 2006. His newest reasoning was much different than that given in the old interview. I lost my TV show for being white when UPN decided it would focus on an African American audience.
Fuck, there it is. I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure it's not just, the whole time I was thinking, I'm pretty sure it's not just the Arthur creator that was racist. I'm pretty sure this guy had some serious racism problems as well. And yeah, there we go. I've just been waiting for that other shoe to drop.
Different than that given in the old interview. I lost my TV show for being white when UPN decided it would focus on an African American audience. That was the third job I lost for being white. Once again, this received a significant amount of pushback, which the millionaire artist couldn't help but respond to. This is merely a small sample of the sorts of things Adams would post to Twitter. And truth be told, we could spend hours simply reading his tweets. But there is one more that is worth bringing up purely on how brazen it was. In 2018, Scott's ex-stepson Justin tragically passed away from a fentanyl overdose at just 18 years of age. Fast forward to 2022 when a mass shooting took place in Highland Park, Illinois, and Adams felt the need to connect the two events. When a young male, let's say 14 to 19, is a danger to himself and others, society gives the supporting family two options. 1. Watch people die. 2. Kill your own son. Those are your only options. I chose number 1 and watched my stepson die. I was relieved he took no one else.
What?
It goes without saying that this shocked the internet, and to this very day, I still don't even understand what he was trying to get at. He only dug his hole day.
Is he saying that he gave him the fentanyl? Or fentanyl?
Don't even understand. It goes without saying that this shocked the internet, and to this very day, I still don't even understand what he was trying to get at. He only dug his hole deeper when the thread continued, talking about how there was no cure for these troubled young men and the only hope was to create some sort of area away from society where they could harm each other. Adams was scrutinized heavily for these statements as people simply couldn't believe he would speak so callously about a deceased boy he had a partial hand in raising. He was unrepentant, though, digging his heels in with every negative response he received. Like all the other controversies, this too eventually blew over, but it still remains a stain on his online reputation. Of course, there is a single factor for Scott Adams' newfound success on Twitter in the mid-2010s: Donald Trump, which is where a lot of Zoomers probably found out about the Dilbert creator in the first place. I pretty vividly remember immediately after Trump's presidential campaign began, Adams was fixated on the candidate. A large part of this plays into his hypnotism training and his moist robot theory of human behavior. You see, there is another pillar to his worldview, which is that there are people who have discovered the secret key to controlling a significant amount of the global population using just their words. He has dubbed these people master wizards. I see Trump as a modern-day wizard who is baffling the media because he is playing three-dimensional
A grand wizard, perhaps? Even perhaps grander than that?
chess on their two-dimensional chessboard. Trump is talking directly to people's subconscious. Everything else he says is just a carrier signal.
I am very strongly wanting I'm calling Trump Grand Wizard because he's a fucking racist piece of shit. That's I'm not making light of them. I thought it was funny.
Now, those of you who are well versed in their two-dimensional chessboard, Trump is talking directly to people's subconscious. Everything else he says is just a carrier signal. Now, those of you who are well versed in online political rhetoric might find the phrase 3D chess familiar. In an ironic twist, it turns out that Scott Adams is actually the originator of the infamous 4D chess meme. Know Your Meme cites him as one of the very first individuals to circulate the claim. While it's technically unproven, it's hard to imagine that his initial statement didn't result in the spread of the phrase. By the way, do you want to know who else is a master wizard? Apparently Kanye West. Anyway, his support for Trump gave Adams a plethora of topics.
Everyone loves Kanye West.
By the way, do you want to know who else is a master wizard? Apparently Kanye West. Anyway, his support for Trump gave Adams a plethora of new topics to tweet about in the days to come, as he started receiving the most attention he had ever had since the heyday of Dilbert. One tweet from this era I found particularly interesting was when he implies that Hillary Clinton was connected with terrorists. If there are no sponsored terror attacks before Election Day, it means ISIS prefers Clinton. They have the means. Think about it. In addition, Adams made the claim that he feared for his life as a Trump supporter living in California.
I live in California, and it's not really safe to support Trump in California.
Because he's a horrible person.
It's physically not safe, and I mean that in a real way. I'm sorry, personally.
Yeah, because it's Punch and Nazi Day every day in California.
Most things don't bother me. But bullying happens to be one of those things that does. And the Clinton side is going full bully now.
As can probably be expected, these statements were not exactly popular. His previous odd posts and musings could easily be mocked and moved on from, but now he had thrown himself fully into the incredibly divisive 2016 political landscape, and people couldn't look away. And you gotta give him credit that he was one of the first people going around to mainstream media outlets telling them that Donald Trump would win. Because he got the last laugh last time around, he became even more outrageous in 2020. If Biden is elected, there's a good chance you will be dead within the year. Republicans will be hunted. Police will stand down. While many continue to mock his thought experiments, this behavior began to worry his longtime fans. Adams had always been a strange person, but his latest ramblings were on a whole other level. They wondered what had changed to cause such a rapid decline in his mental health. It was around this time that Adams started WenHub Interface, a platform in which theoretically users could be connected with experts in any field for one-on-one video chats. He had actually started the service in 2017, although nothing had come of it at that time. And since it was 2020, of course there was a cryptocurrency attached to it dubbed WEN token. Strangely, he also decided to make his second wife, Instagram model Christina Basham, the company's vice president. This was solely based on the fact that she was skilled at growing her social media following. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the entire website fell into disrepair only a few months after the 2020 rebrand, and hasn't been heard from since. He and Basham would also seem to divorce 2 years later. This was just the latest in a long line of failed business.
She was 19. He wanted someone much younger. No, but how the fuck? She's doing it clearly for the how? But how? How can she have sex with that? How could she have sex with that? I don't understand, man. Like, I don't understand how women going after these old, decrepit. Like, he's obviously not the worst case of an old, decrepit man, but he is hard to look at for anyone who's, that attractive, I would say. Like, how? Like, that, I don't understand how you can, like, physically put up with the act. I'm trying not to be too mean, but the other shoe was dropped. He's proven that he's a racist piece of shit. I feel like I feel like, I don't know. Being nice is only necessary when it's someone who deserves, it's someone who deserves respect. And he's showing he's a racist motherfucker who doesn't. It's Punch Nazi Day every day in the Natalie fandom. Just heads up. If you're a Nazi in Discord, you're gonna be promptly shouted out. Anyway.
Also seemed to divorce 2 years later. This was just the latest in a long line of failed businesses Scott had created. And it was something he could afford to do. As long as Dilbert was still being published in newspapers on a daily basis, a consistent stream of revenue would keep flowing in to fund whatever scheme he cooked up next. But there was a change in the air, as he would go on to ruin his own life for no reason. As Scott Adams continued incessant political Twitter postings, public perception on him soured at a rapid pace. It didn't help that Dilbert, or comic strips in general for that matter, were hardly the cultural juggernauts they had once been. Behind the scenes, his publishers were probably starting to see Adams as more of a risk than a benefit, and started looking for any reason to cut him loose. In February of 2023, Scott discovered a poll which asked black people if they agreed with the statement, "It's okay to be white," to which only 53% of those asked said yes. The cartoonist was outraged by this, going onto a live stream to make his thoughts perfectly
Just don't
clear.
pay attention to it.
If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Wherever you have to go, just get away.
Not only did it start another barrage of outrage, but newspapers across the country opted to drop Dilbert from their lineup. His then current distributor, Andrews McMeel Universal, also...
I fucking knew I was right. I knew he was a fucking...
Newspapers across the country opted to drop Dilbert from their lineup. His then current distributor...
I'm not fucking senile. I don't have dementia at an early age. I was right.
Opted to drop Dilbert from their lineup. His then current
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not crazy.
Universal
Or
also
unusual.
and Penguin's then current distributor
But I'm sorry.
country opted to drop Dilbert from their lineup. His then current distributor, Andrews McMeel Universal, also cut ties.
Oops.
And Penguin Random House canceled his upcoming book release. This was the end. Scott Adams had killed the golden goose that was Dilbert, effectively torpedoing his career that he had spent years building in a single day. For his part, the former professional cartoonist didn't seem to think he had done anything wrong. He chastised the publishers who dropped him on Twitter, claiming they had offered no disagreement about his point of view. In the FAQ section of the Dilbert website, he returned to his old tried and true technique, pretending he hadn't actually meant what he said, at least not entirely. Why did Dilbert get canceled? If you believe the news, it was because I am a big ol' racist. I recommend staying away from any group of Americans that identifies your group as the bad guys, because that puts a target on your back. I was speaking hyperbolically, of course, because we Americans don't have an option of staying away from each other. But it did get a lot of attention, as I hoped.
Of course, he was being hyperbolic. He didn't mean anything. He was a goofball.
Don't have an option of staying away from each other. But it did get a lot of attention, as I hoped. More than I planned, actually. So as he put it, it was just a thought experiment, bro.
It was good.
He planned for this to happen as a 3D chess move with his wizard.
It was just a prank. We were just goofing here.
Planned, actually. So as he put it was just a thought experiment, bro. And he planned for this to happen as a 3D chess move with his wizard hypnotist high IQ brain. And all you moist robots are just pawns he's in control of. And this brings us to current day. So where is Scott Adams now? Well, since he has retained 100% of the rights to his comics IP, he still continues to publish Dilbert to his paid subscribers under the title Dilbert Reborn, alongside his other series, Robots Read News.
I'd like to submit a formal complaint about all the racism in this workplace. Oh wow, I'm so sorry. It's the white people, isn't it? We totally suck. I feel as if I personally owe you some reparations.
Cat.
All colonizers who are descended from slave owners. It's a stain that can never be removed until everyone who looks like me has been banished to hell. Tell me which cracker did this to you. No one was racist against me. You all seem to be racist against yourselves. And frankly, it's creepy. How can we make it up to you? See, you're doing it again.
And of course, he is still tweeting about politics, as you would imagine. If he at least saves some of his money from the height of his success, it's likely he will be okay financially for the rest of his life. But his professional and personal reputations have been destroyed beyond repair. Scott Adams simply couldn't leave well enough alone, and allowed his need to be a contrarian to destroy everything he had built. I think the best way to sum up this entire story would be a line that caught my attention while reading through his now humorously titled book, How to fail at almost everything and still win big.
Ah!
Sometimes the only difference between crazy people and artists is that artists write down what they imagine seeing. In the past few decades, hardly a week has gone by without a stranger on the internet questioning my mental health. The rational part of my brain knows that if enough people suggest I might be crazy, I need to consider the possibility.
He ends them fucking abruptly. Oh shit, I don't know about this. Fuck it, let's do this.
What is the attraction?
I watched this.
What keeps us fast?
I feel like I have more information on the Chris story than most at this point. But I bowed at like episode 31. I just couldn't like I just couldn't, man. What is it, Gino Senor? Didn't they end the Christian documentary? Yeah, no, they just what? Oh, oh, alright. I just pulled out a hat and I just won.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys,
The
and
long
just
link,
teenagers,
long link, or
gals.
the dairy rancher girl thing. She hot as adults anyway. The adult
Hello, ladies
version
and
of her
gentlemen,
adult
girls
form,
and
whatever.
boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Christian. Arguably the most documented person in history.
Mm.
His antics have been witnessed by millions, with many always keeping a close eye on him, waiting to see what he does next.
Because all you do is make me feel sad and depressed. He should love his mother. She misses him. Hello, we're live on the internet. What do you want? Mom, hello. I love the women outside. Do not hate. Hate is not so good.
Mm. Mm.
I want everything about my house.
Oh, that is, I think, possibly the most classic Christian video. Do you realize something?
What made him this way?
I kind of wish I didn't hear about Christian. I was talking about Christian, and that was, years and years after the golden age. The classic age, I think, is what the historians call it. But like, I kind of wish that I like was in on this, whatever, from the ground floor. Like, it just looks like a fascinating time in internet historia that I just completely missed. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad that I wasn't in on it the whole time because I think I'm already incredibly sad with what has become of Christian, how fucking crazy they are. But if I were like following them from their relatively normal like escapades, I would be genuinely, like, just fucking heartbroken over it. Because I don't think you could ever say that they were a truly normal individual, but they weren't, like, they were kind of batshit insane from the get-go, but not, I don't know, not to the level that they are now. Like, I mean, the whole, like, when they were 9, the god bear renaming them to Christian, just because the person operating the animatronic bear misheard them is batshit insane, but not at, like, I have been possessed by a Sonichu, and I am Jesus. It's just, I don't know, I would be so fucking miserable if I ever thought, when thinking about it, or I'm just, like, genuinely fucking bummed thinking about how Christian is now, but,
Made
yeah.
him this way?
Hmm.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Christian. Christopher Weston Chandler was born on February 24th, 1982, in
No.
Charlottesville, Virginia, to parents Bob, aged 54, and Barbara, 40.
I
Bob
with Bob and Barbara. You just said the name and I couldn't remember the name. Um, being their parents, even if they weren't, like, born fairly heavily autistic, there was no chance of them being normal. But like, there was just no chance. Barb and Bob, like, it says something when every other one of their children fucking just hated their guts. But just looking at that baby and knowing what became of it, it's sad to me.
had worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric. The family held Bob's life accomplishments very proudly, as he had at least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms used in the production of Kleenex and molding of plastic water containers. Bob was very world-conscious and was an avid collector of stamps since a very young age. Later in life, he developed a love for music, especially foreign music. He eventually amassed a collection of over 10,000 vinyl records. He had a son and daughter from a previous marriage, the relationships with whom were strained, to say the least. Barbara was the secretary with Virginia Power. She had a habit of hoarding her belongings and was an emotionally abusive person, which convinced her then 17-year-old son, Cole Smithy, to seek independence and live life on his own. So when Chris came along, Bob and Barb got a chance to start anew. The new family started their new life in their humble Ruckersville home. Chris later claimed that at around 2 months of age, he uttered his first word, monkey. It didn't take long for the parents to see that Chris wasn't quite like most other babies. The first signs of his autism could be witnessed in 1983. Despite his condition being congenital, he had stated that his autism was brought about by one particularly traumatic event when he was 18 months old. A babysitter named Roach, or Roach, would look after baby Christopher whenever his parents would go out in the evenings. One of these nights, Chris inadvertently infuriated her, and she locked him in a room filled with toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic, toys, in the dark, alone. This would prove so traumatic that he refused to speak for the next 6 years. Even though he sees this event as the source of all his troubles, he does not blame his parents for keeping Roach as his babysitter, for they did not know better. Despite living out his childhood as a mute, Chris was anything but quiet. He confessed later on in life that he screeched often and was very troublesome to his parents. In 1985, the Hammer household moved into the neighborhood. The Hammers and the Chandlers struck up a cordial relationship, which led to Chris forming a bond with the Hammer's daughter, Sarah. Looking back, Chris considered her to be his closest childhood friend, and that she greatly helped him with his autism. However, from what is known of their relationship, it is also likely that she took advantage of Chris's innocence and trust, and may be seen more as a bully than a friend. For example, she once told him that Casper the Friendly Ghost was hiding under her house. Naturally, Chris crawled into the Hammer's crawl space to find him, only to find spiderwebs, bugs, and dirt instead. Sarah locked him in. After about half an hour, her dad came to his rescue. On another occasion, she told Chris that if he were to eat the upper thing of a honeysuckle, it would taste like honey. This is a reference to the berries of a honeysuckle, which can be slightly harmful if ingested in large doses. Fortunately, their parents told them of the dangers of doing so before Christopher could fulfill Sarah's wish. At the age of 5, Chris began studying at Greene County Primary School together with Sarah. It is not known how he was treated here or how he got along with the other kids. In addition to taking regular classes at the primary school, he received language training at James Madison University. In 1987, in a lengthy letter addressed to Chris, dated December 26th, Bob offered his outlook on life and presented some life advice for his son. There are many sides to a mountain and many ways to climb it. If you get stopped, back off, regroup, and try another way. If you are still not successful, maybe it is not meant to be. If it is meant to be, having it on the back burner simmering for a while is not bad. It will pop up again, and the way to attain it will be there. Everything in its time. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself and your children. He also expressed wishes for his son to inherit and hold dearly his vast collection of music, movies, stamps, and art prints. He reminisced about the straight razor which he inherited from his grandfather, which he carelessly broke while using it as a screwdriver. Bob still held on to that broken razor his entire life because his grandfather wanted him to have it. Bob hoped that Chris would share his father's sentiment. I hope that you will not carelessly misuse, waste, or destroy the value of the many things I have collected for you. First, learn all about them, how to use them and enjoy them, their value, and how you can thoughtlessly waste their value. Then enjoy them as I have. For example, my very good stamp collection, or all the recorded popular music on cassette tape, VCR tapes, and records. My books on popular music, movies, entertainers, music.
I know he wasn't a good person, but like this is kind of making me like really sad considering Bob's dead now. And how it like since Gino's reading it, it kind of reads as like a letter from a dead son to the or dead dad to dead dad to the son. I don't know. Yeah. The inherit, and it might actually be it from his will. I don't know.
Theater, ship models, my daylilies, gazebo, and dreams. This letter offers an insight into Bob's character, as he feared that all he had accomplished over the course of his life may be lost. In 1989, during a weekly trip to the toy store with his mother, Chris picked up a GoBot up on display and slowly started to read out the text on the package, ending his 6 years of silence. Later that same year, Bob and Chris converted the shed in their backyard into a workshop, christening it the Dreaming Studio. Bob had hoped that he and his son would build things together there. He even commemorated the space with a plaque, Dreaming Studio of Mr. C and Little C, where dreams do come true. However, when asked about it, Chris could not recall what, if anything, had been built there. It was instead mostly used by Barbara for storage. For Christmas of that year, he got a Nintendo Game Boy. This was also the year that the family got Patty Chandler, a Beagle Spitz mix, which they picked up as a pup from their Aunt Karina. Chris grew very attached to the dog, displaying a fondness and arguably a love rarely shown for anything or anyone else in his life. In 1990, Bob co-hosted a jazz marathon on WTJU radio. During the program, He displayed his keen knowledge on 20s and 30s jazz music.
Okay, now we go on to performance number 2, which is Tight Like That. This is November the 9th, 1928, with Chicago personnel, Tampa Red's Hokum Jug Band. There's a great group of Chicago musicians featuring kazoo, guitar, and jug by Hudson Whitaker. Tampa Red's guitar, Thomas A. Dorsey is on the piano and the washboard. Frankie Half-Pint Jackson vocals interact to make this a great session. Listen for some very good kazoo and jugs, and notice how Half-Pint Jackson laughs like scat singing. Very unusual.
1990 also marked the last year of Chris's tenure at Greene County Primary School. For his 4th grade studies, he transferred to Nathaniel Greene Elementary School. It was here where he allegedly had very distressing experiences. He asserts that the staff at the school didn't know how to handle autistic children and treated him cruelly. Chris contends that 5 members of staff abused him by pinning him down to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audiotaping his cries. Furthermore, he claimed that the principal forced him to sit on his lap and said offensive things to him. But little Christopher resisted, and the advances never went further than that. The principal is also claimed to be gay, which Chris feels justifies his homophobia. I was abused by one. A homosexual principal at my elementary school slapped me on his lap, said some offensive things to me, and I felt uncomfortable. Even though Chris's accounts of the events could not be verified, it is also not unlikely that an event like this could have taken place. Though Chris never specified the reasoning behind their attacks, nor did he state whether him being restrained and being assaulted by the principal were separate or related events, it is possible that he may have been restrained and verbally abused as a form of disciplinary action, and even placed in a scream room, which was a fairly common school installation for dealing with autistic children up until the mid-1990s. Whatever events transpired, it forced Chris's parents to take him away from Nathaniel Greene Elementary School. To further things, they took the case to Greene County Court. After the school board threatened to take Chris out of mainstream education and instate him into a special needs school, the Chandlers dropped the case. For the remainder of the school year, he was homeschooled. It was around this tumultuous time that young Christopher had an uplifting experience that would change his life. During a shopping trip in Richmond, possibly in December 1992, but in other accounts he stated that it was 1989, he came across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a show comprised of animatronic characters that is held around Christmas time at the Regency Square shopping mall. The conductor, Leonard Bernstein, is made to be fully interactive with his audience with the help of a human controller behind the scenes. On this blessed day, the turnout for the show was weak, so Chris got extra attention from the bear. When Leonard asked him his name, the person controlling the animatronic misheard it and answered back, calling him Christian. The boy took this as a profound sign and felt that he should be called Christian. In order for Chris to continue with formal education, Bob and Chris moved to Chesterfield County, while Barbara remained in the family house in Ruckersville with Patty, so she could keep working. Christian enrolled in Providence Middle School in Richmond. He looked back fondly over his time here, giving special credit to his teacher Virginia Sanford. She was the most influential teacher in my life. During my years at Providence Middle School, she taught me better social skills, how to better cope with other people, bullies, and life. With a positive and fun tomboyish attitude, she was a teacher any child would be most proud to look up to and be taught by. He also forged a friendship with Natasha Turner, a girl a few years older than him. He lost romantic interest in her when he saw her smoking. They would often hang out together at the bus stop. He would sometimes give her money on behalf of his father for her friendship and attention. Chris would later realize that Natasha was, in a sense, a friend with benefits. She would stay with him and be friendly in exchange for a monetary reward from Bob. Bob knew that his son had little hope in forming true friendships otherwise.
The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the cool new TV show, is on the air.
In the fall of '93, Sega, the video game developer, held a watch and win sweepstakes contest in conjunction with their Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The lucky winner would get a $1,000 shopping spree at KB Toys. And that winner was Chris.
Christian is one of only about 100 winners nationally to receive $1,000 worth of Sega games and equipment. For his parents, it's just another example of how well he's doing. Christian is a high-functioning autistic child. This past fall, on his own initiative, he entered a contest based on a...
You gotta make it about that, man.
I had to do was exactly watch Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon and I'd listen to what Sonic says at the end of it and write it down for a whole week, and then I had to mail it in, and it has to be drawn out of a hat.
Yeah,
Just
it was
one.
fun.
And Christian's father says it
That's
only takes 2
adorable.
hours for him to master an electronic game and then move on to another. I can't master any of them. That's it for now, and it's...
This is the first of many competitions that he entered during his life and has cemented itself as a likely key reinforcer to his future sense of entitlement.
Oh, absolutely.
On December 29th, 1993, the Richmond Times-Dispatch published an article about Christian's magical encounter with Leonard Bernstein entitled, "It Took a Talking Bear to Give the Name a Young Boy Loves." The boy's father recounts the events of the day. Since this was early in the Christmas season, on a Thursday afternoon, the crowd was light. The conversation between Leonard and Christopher lasted about an hour. Christopher was spellbound. Something unusual happened during that conversation. When Leonard Bernstein, in a decidedly British accent, asked Christopher his name, the bear must have misunderstood what the boy replied. Leonard started calling our son Christian. What better name for the Christmas season? And the name stuck like glue. From that time on, for the past year, his name has been Christian Weston Chandler. Christian is very emphatic about that. Bob also offered up some insight into the family's situation. Christopher is a high-functioning autistic child. While intellectually, his age level is 12 or 13, socially, he is around age 7 or 8. He has some behavior problems with his peers and relates better with children a few years younger than him. The Greene County school system was not equipped to teach an autistic child, Mr. Chandler said. The Chesterfield County school system has accepted him with open arms. The article also mentions that Bob had originally wanted to name his son Christian, but had chickened out. It is unclear what scared him off from naming his child Christian. In any case, the following year, the boy had his name legally changed to Christian Weston Chandler. In the spring of '96, Barbara retired from her secretarial position at Virginia Power and moved in with Bob and Chris, reuniting the boy with Patty the dog. In late spring, Chris graduated from Providence Middle School. As a parting gift, Mrs. Sanford wrote a personal, touching, and prophetic letter to Chris. Well, it's been 3 years now at Providence, and it's all over. Where has the time gone to? The most important parting words I can leave you with, well, are to always remember this. You show people where your weak points are located. Then they will know how to push your button. If you never show them, they will never know. I hope you will have an enjoyable summer and come back to visit. Do your very best at Manchester, put your best foot forward, and treat others as you wish to be treated. Love, Mrs. Sanford. The Manchester in question happened to be Manchester High School, where, according to Christian, he spent the happiest years of his life. Over the course of 4 semesters, he studied Spanish, of which he has a very loose grasp. For class assignments, he adopted a Spanish name, Ricardo, a common practice for students in order to better get into character and the culture of the language. However, Christian got too into character and often used Ricardo in class assignments outside of Spanish and even considers it as part of his real name. When riding on the school bus, he used to sit right in front of the bus door so he could always get off the fastest. However, during his freshman year, he got into an altercation with another boy who wanted to be off the bus first. He punched Christian in the face, knocking his glasses off. In order to resolve the issue, Chris was forced to take the special ed bus to school from then on, which deeply affected him.
What
He
the
always
fuck?
felt very uncomfortable associating with others whom he called slow in the minds.
I mean, that's fucked, but like, the other kid punched him. What the hell?
I ended up with this really worse off mentally challenged person who could hardly ever speak other than, That boy bopped me on the back of the head for his own laughs. The special ed teacher who rode on the bus talked with his brother about it, and he kept him from bopping me. But having to put up with his nonsensical slur talk was still just as cringy and horrifying. Ugh. Among his other activities, he served as a water boy and allegedly a manager for the school basketball team, the Manchester Lancers, along with Joseph Herring, one of Christian's only male friends. Chris had always gravitated towards girls, and at Manchester, this was no exception. He had a sizable group of female friends, which he dubbed gal pals. Among the first that he met was Molly Quarles, a cheerleader at the time whom he met as a freshman. He fondly remembered them being paired up during a matchup event for Valentine's Day. Laura Beth Dorazio was another cheerleader Chris met and fell for, but after he confessed that he had a crush on her, she told him that she would like them to remain just as friends. Tiffany Gowan was said to be a real good girl to Chris, and he has described her as a bit of a tomboy and a peppermint patty to his Charlie Brown. Kelly Andes was his biggest crush, and says they were high school sweethearts, even though they were never in an actual relationship together. Sarah Bevel was in the same chemistry class along with Kelly and Chris. Sarah had a boyfriend at the time, and Chris watched them interact, hoping to experience that kind of relationship one day. It was fun to just watch them flirt with each other. I could have learned from that, but my autism and normal social phobias held me back then. Miranda Mitchell was the big brain in his circle of friends and shared computer graphics class with Christian. His group of gal pals were possibly not genuinely interested in a friendship with Chris, but rather stayed with him out of pity or as protection. A later comment made by Chris suggests that the group had made an arrangement with Bob and or the principal of the high school. Concerning schoolwork, there is a wealth of information that has been attained which helps to refute his previous claims that he held an honor roll streak all throughout high school. For one of his assignments, he had to conduct an interview with his parents, offering some more information about their life experiences. For the question, "Why did you choose to have children?" they answered, "It's nice to have kids." For "What adjustments did you have to make after your first child arrived?" they answered, "Laughter from 4 kids and 3 situations," referring to their troubled past marriages and estranged children. Interestingly, when asked about what has been the hardest part about parenting, the answer was dealing with the school system. In another assignment concerning families, Chris inserted mathematical equations into his definitions, making them hard to read and understand. For example, he defined a nuclear family as a mother, father, and X is more than or equal to 1 child sharing the same household. He also described adoption as a right to raise a child who is biologically their own. Christian took part in a parenting exercise in which he wore an empathy belly to simulate the feeling of being a pregnant woman. He wrote a report describing his experience. Having a belly like a pregnant woman was really an awkward experience. When I tried to get my pencil bag out of my backpack, the belly held me back by putting pressure on my left leg. Luckily, my arms were long, but if they were any shorter, I would have had a real problem to reach the pencil bag. While I was sitting in my chair, the belly made it uncomfortable for me to cross my legs, and while my legs were separated, it put pressure on my private part, which gave me a strange, weird feeling. He wrote an essay about Japan's involvement in World War II. It should be noted that he addressed himself as Ricardo W. Chandler, with Christian placed in parentheses, and wrote English in Spanish. The teacher justly corrected this. According to Chris, the war was a very tragic event, with guns, insults, and yuck. He continues, "The Japanese and Americans had deemed glowering at each other like boxers from opposite corners of a 5,000-mile ring, waiting for the bout to begin. So, the US and Japan really wanted to get it on." He also quoted that President Woodrow Wilson tried to get Japan to withdraw from Shandong. Christian's essay ended up being a mishmash of events of both world wars. In addition, he referenced several books, however all of his findings could be found within the first 8 pages. The teacher commented, "Restate thesis." There is a page titled "Warm Fuzzies" for Christian W. Chandler, which most likely was a class activity in which the students wrote nice things to each other in order to promote acceptance. The messages left for Chris read very bland, such as, "I like your clothes," "is a very funny and nice person," "Okay," "funny," "you are a nice person," "nice watch," "you tell great jokes," and "you tell fun jokes." But perhaps the most baffling piece of writing that there is on record is his 13 lucky writing tips, an assignment for English class, in which he switches 4 tips in to what most closely resembles Spanish. In any case, it is little more than unintelligible garble. Use standard written English. Do not use contractions in formal writing. You must have a thesis statement in each essay. The thesis statement es el finale estancia de introductori paragrafe. Tu escribes de literature. El thesis incluye el llama de author y llama de work. Los paragraphs soporte y relate que el thesis. Los paragraphs tienes el topic estancias hablan el unifying concepto de el paragraph. Los details support y relate a el topic estancia de paragraph. Necesitas los adecuate soporte details. Escribe el literature en presente tense. Necesitas 3 muchacho mirar de puente. Necesitas creas muy bien tu escribes creas sense y es muy logical. Cheques tu escribir muy carefully. From the school report, it can be seen that he failed all but 2 of his 14 assignments, earning a D+ for the year. At age 16, Chris wrote a poem entitled Song of Christian for his class, loosely based on Walt Whitman's Song of Myself. He decided to record his creation for posterity in video form. The video itself is poorly lit, but there isn't much to see anyway.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. At age 6 weeks, I sang the song of laughter. Then at 1.5 years of age, the Lord clicked the mute button on me. My song that I sing, although I talk well, my peer relationship is low and my loneliness is off the scale. Anyway, that's my poem.
Beyond just reciting the poem, he pretends to be the enthusiastic host of the Christian Chandler Show.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Christian Chandler Show. Where there are lots of laughs and all that neat old stuff. Now here he is, the host with the most, Christian Chandler. Good evening, friends, and welcome to the Christian Chandler Show. I am your host, Christian Chandler.
He then rambles on about his fascination with the Sonic the Hedgehog universe and talks about Bionic the Hedgehog, his first Sonic-related creation, which he came up with during basketball practice.
And then I have science friend that helps. Of course, Tails that flies, Knuckles he punches and climbs, and Bionic, well, you heard rumors about Bionic. He's that science brother I met myself, who's that very good basketball player and mechanic. I can tell you the background story on him.
He proceeds to rant about receiving an F in English class.
I see about God, that's about time I sign off. But before I go, I have just one thing to say to the teacher. An F in English class? You have got to be kidding me. I mean an F. I do not even know when was the last time I got an F. I mean, who knows? It could have been back in old Green County. That stupid place. Yeesh. That Green County primary. Actually, it was a nice school, but then it came the time of Green Elementary. That's why I got the F. Anyway, then many years rolled by. Then you came along and gave me an F. I mean, I started off with an 8, and you just lowered it. I'm getting sick and tired of this lowering thing. What do you have against the handicapped children anyway? I mean, I know my handicap is autism, and I'm not afraid to admit it. And you, Mrs. Bird, I think that F is very disrespectful. I mean, I am very emotional about it.
Asperger's.
Anyway, it's time I sign off. Well, this has been the Christian Chandler Show.
Around the same time, He made a series of stop-motion videos of races set in his Lego-made town called Quickville, based on his own initials. They were made with a Game Boy camera, which produced grainy, low-resolution grayscale photos, or, alternatively, low-quality stop-motion video. The awkward frame rate makes it difficult to discern what is actually going on, but it is important to note that all the racers are named either after pop culture characters that Christian idolized or people he knew in real life. This is the earliest account of Chris using people to play out his fantasies.
The biggest trend in kids' toy history, it's multi-billion dollar.
Late 1990s,
Oh.
the Pokemon franchise was spreading across North America, with Chris keeping a keen eye on it. He began playing the trading card game and included illustrations of Pokemon characters in his Spanish homework. He also wrote a lengthy essay detailing how the Pokemon came into their Pokeballs, with which his teacher was very pleased. The year 1999 marked the birth of his wall of originals. This was a designated portion of the wall which displayed Pokemon trading cards that Chris made himself. It featured original Pokemon such as a female Pikachu called Chikachu and Plotistic, a plant which is autistic. Chris himself also appeared several times. His fascination grew to a point that he would dress up as the Pokemon character Ash Ketchum out in public. Around mid-1999, Christian launched his first website, a simple Pokemon-themed effort humbly called Quick's Pokesite, cementing the moniker Quick. It was soon replaced by Quick's Pokesite 2 with a new logo designed by Miranda. He updated it with personal and Pokemon-related news here semi-regularly.
Japanese people, I don't know who they are, but they have Pokemon and everything. No, I know exactly. Popping up next to out of nowhere. What the fuck? That was not. I haven't seen this, and I think I went through and watched up to episode like 31 a year and a half, 2 years. I think it was 2 years ago. I think it was winter, and it was not last year. I think it was March, if I remember correct. I don't know. That's going. But so I haven't seen this in 2 years. I completely forgot about just standing there awkwardly looking out to the side as they look at him with love. And his baby's looking directly at the camera. He knows. He knows or they know the monster that's next to them when it's about to become, when Chris is about to come.
For the next year and a half. This year also marked Christian's first visit to the Game Place, a game personal and Pokemon-related news here semi-regularly for the next year and a half. This year also marked Christian's first visit to the Game Place, a game and hobby store which allowed returning customers to play video games, board games, or trading card games. It quickly became his weekly haunt. The Pokemon craze was captured on film for Richmond's NBC affiliate's WWBT News. The report featured excited young kids playing the game and trying to explain the phenomenon.
How do you play the game?
I can't explain it, it's too long.
Their bewildered parents standing witness.
I'm watching and I still have no clue.
And a 17-year-old Chris in action.
I'll put out my Dragonair, even though it has 60 damage on it. Oh boy. And now it has 3 energy on it. Slam attack.
So if you had the time to tell me.
To commemorate Valentine's Day of the year 2000, Christian wrote a Valentine's Day hymn, a free verse effort in which he reveals that he holds very traditional views on courtship and the predetermined rules of etiquette for men and women. On a date, the man could not pay the bill, so his date slammed her door in his face. The man's coat over a puddle, the maiden walks, then the man trips and pays the laundry bill. Under the moonlight, the couples of the world kiss, but unfortunately for a few, they are interrupted by their parents. He uploaded it onto his website. 10 days later, Chris celebrated his 18th birthday, a date which he held in the highest regard. Among the guests in attendance were a handful of Christian's gal pals and his half-brother Cole. Nearly 3 years after the fact, he reminisced about the event. I will never forget my 18th birthday party. It was the best of the rest. The weekend before my real birthday, my mother and I prepared for the party I was going to host that day. We hung balloons and streamers, and we laid refreshments on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great. As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stein novel from Sarah, a planer with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling. Even though he seemed pleased that his gal pals came to celebrate, he was never pictured together with them, preferring to sit alone. He is also photographed wearing a pair of jeans with a suspicious stain on his crotch. Some have speculated that it is dried semen, but it is unlikely. About a month later, Chris was tasked with designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class.
A fucking Domo-kun t-shirt. Remember Domo-kun? Neither do I. I had a fucking Domo-kun t-shirt, though, that, had a very similar suspicious stain. And it probably would have been cooler if it was dried. It probably would have been less lame if it was, dried coom. But, it was fucking super glue that I got on the t-shirt from making a fucking, Gundam model. Well, not even a Gundam. It was, the same company, but it was, Kiragunzo. I think it was a Tanama mech model I made. But, yeah, it probably would have been cooler. It probably would have been less lame, for it to be dried at Simon. But it was not, but my, friend Casey, last name last name unknown, no. My friend Casey said that it looked like, semen, so I never wore the shirt again. Anyway.
On the fateful day on March
It sucked
17th,
because I like that shirt a lot.
about a month later,
Even though I was never into Domoku, I just fucking, like, because I think Domoku was, like, popular when I was in high school, but it was just, like, a Japanese kid show, right? So I never actually, like, I saw a few segments and I was like, what is this? But, it was popular enough that I think that's one of the few, I think that's one of, if not the only, instances of me getting into a fad, or for the sake of the fad. Cause I don't know, man. I don't know if it's lame or cool, but I just never, I think it's cooler in retrospect. At the time, it just probably came off as like hipster, like, I'm not gonna like that because it's cool. I never cared what was hip. I never cared what was cool, like what was popular to like. I just liked what I liked. And it probably made me look like a fucking dork back then. In retrospect, it's like cooler to like, yeah, I was being an individual, not going with the crowd, but yeah, no, I outside of fucking Domokun, I don't know, I liked how he looked. Like, I don't even know it was a fad, I just liked how he looked. I had a Domokun, well, I had the Domokun shirt. Oh, fuck, I got that from, you know what it was? It was, I think I got it from Mall of America, and it was like the only like Japanese inspired thing. Because back then, freaking like anime stuff, like I am so like I'm still kind of like semi shocked whenever I go to Walmart and there's just fucking anime stuff everywhere, and like My Hero plushes and whatnot. Like that is like amazing to me because I would have killed for that as a kid. And I know like the big thing like a lot of people will say like I would have killed to just see like game stuff just everywhere when I was a kid, and I think that for me that's anime stuff just being everywhere, just being in regular stores. I went to fucking Mall of America. And no, I didn't get the Domoku shirt there. I had to fucking make my own anime shirt because Mall of America, biggest mall in the fucking country, didn't have a single anime anything. Like, anime store, there was one, there was one fucking, like, media store, like, physical media, like DVDs, books, stuff, or DVDs, CDs, all that, that I think had some anime in it, but it was above my price range, so I went to a make your own t-shirt store and made a fucking Kara Gunzo shirt that was my favorite fucking shirt for the longest time. And I'm not entirely sure what happened to it. But like everything else that I owned back then, it's probably sitting in fucking LA somewhere. Anyway.
Designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class. On the fateful day on March 17th,
But
for
and
his
then there was a Domoku, there was at Frank Hughes' school, which I talked about a little or a few episodes ago, a few streams ago. In Clifton, Tennessee, there was like a book. There was like one of those like I don't know, like one of those book-tastic sales or whatever. But they had Domokun poster, and I was just so flabbergasted that anything of Japanese origin was at this fucking thing. I was like, I gotta get it, and I got it, and I love the shit out of it. And I like how he looks. He's just a little guy. I don't know what the fuck he's supposed to be, but he's a cute little guy. I like how he looks. I didn't care for the show, but I don't think I was when it came to popularity. I don't think I ever would have been in the demographic for it, so it's fine. He's still a cutie.
graphic design class. Cried Seaman, but it is unlikely. About a month later, Chris was tasked with designing a CD jewel case for his graphic design class. On the fateful day on March 17th, 2000, I wanted to feature on my favorite hit CD cover lifelong hero Sonic the Hedgehog and cute newer character Pikachu, but copyrighted characters were prohibited from the project. So, in my mind, I pondered and pondered when it hit me visually. Sonic and Pikachu combined. In a way to escape copyright,
It begins!
Hedgehog and Pikachu combined. In a way to escape copyright, he combined Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu to create Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, which Christian considers to be one of his greatest life accomplishments. The CD tracklist itself consists of Pokemon, Sonic, and Mario-related music, with intermittent appearances of old-time jazz from artists such as Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby, undoubtedly an influence from his father.
Of course.
Another month later, Chris had to document a week of his life for a school project. The result was A Week with Christian W. Chandler, a self-documentary, which detailed the events of his life from April 29th to May 5th, 2000. The front cover features a blurry photo of Chris and Patty, with a discolored, ghostly Sonic below. He writes it in the third person, as if followed by a documentary crew. On April 29th, he visits Books A Million to participate in the Pokemon Trading Card Game League. Afterwards, he enters a costume contest, and since he wore his regular Ash Ketchum outfit, he wins and receives a cool t-shirt as a reward. The following day, he talks about packing and moving things from their home in Richmond to their old house in Ruckersville. The next day, he goes to high school. He uses a tripod to help take pictures of himself. During class, Mr. Goss discussed the difference between Shakespeare's world and the real world of today. Christian rested his eyes after Mr. Goss's discussion and before the bell rang. Next, he had trigonometry. I'd hate to be Christian when his nerves kicked into action after waking up from a noddy snooze cruise, but I was. Next was computer graphics. It was great for him today because he got to print his own CD cover. Next was Spanish 2. He took a quiz today, but I think he feels confident in his work. And finally, after a hard, odd day, he rides home on a bus, but unfortunately, it had a few slow in the minds on it. The following day, he repeats the routine of snoozing through class, and that on even days, he eats lunch with Tiffany and Sarah. For the following day, he describes his daily activities at home, which mostly consist of playing video games and managing his website. The next day, he talks about working in computer graphics class and making a Mother of the Year award for Barbara, which he plans to give to her on Mother's Day. For the final day's report, Chris states that it was a difficult Friday. One of his duties included taking part in a senior group photo. After the long wait for the pictures to be taken, being crowded like a sardine surrounded by immature teenage boys, and having the hot, hot sun shining down on him and everyone else, he went back to the shady entrance. After the photo shoot, Chris was picked up by his dad. And that concludes our week-long documentary of A Week with Christian W. Chandler, the autistic boy that has made it this far. Close parentheses. Chris wouldn't pass up an opportunity to go to the senior prom, so he did, bringing his mother along as a date. Even though Christian had labeled the set of photos as the senior...
Hello? Fuck. Hello? Okay. Fucking no. Fucking foreshadowing. Bad foreshadowing.
Your prom, it is possible that it was some other social gathering due to the fact that the event is held during the daytime. Looking back on the prom, he claimed that he was naive about dating, unlike the other students. Out of pity, or out of genuine compassion, Tiffany asked Christian to dance. I hesitated at first, but she grabbed my hand and pulled me onto the dance floor. We danced for what felt like hours. It was the most pleasant experience of that night, and I thank her for dancing with me then. He felt that her willingness to dance with him meant that she was attracted to him, and stated that if they were to meet again, they would start a relationship. Graduation. The end of high school. The end of his interactions with his gal pals. Most importantly, it was the day Christian had to be recognized for his achievements. But unfortunately, this wasn't the case. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I was so jealous. I was a high-functioning autistic boy who came way beyond out of his social shell, only to get zilch, nada, zip, a big fat zero. I felt so devastated and out of sync. As a result of his heartbreak, he only went up on stage to receive his diploma without looking at anyone's face nor shaking anyone's hand. After the ceremony was over, he found himself an unoccupied table, sat by it, and cried. Eventually, his mother and later Tiffany came to console him. His father would look back on this event with shame and anger for years to come. Christian's time at high school is still thought of fondly by him, recalling his sweet memories of creating artistic projects for class and frequently hanging out with his gal pals, all of which were abruptly ended with that gloomy, rainy graduation. But with the end of high school came the promise of a new world in college, a chance for new friends, new experiences, and the first steps to a brighter future. this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. In the year 2000, the Chandlers came back to their family home in Ruckersville, and in August, at the behest of his parents, Christian began attending Piedmont, Virginia Community College, where the highest level degree students could attain was an associate degree. Perhaps spellbound by illusions of grandeur, Chris chose to study marketing, but Bob quickly transferred him to a computer-aided drafting and design degree, in the hopes that it would be a better fit for his challenged son and his future. According to the PVCC handbook of the time, this was a 2-year degree, worth 15 credits. In addition, he took English classes and even a tennis class. Apart from study, he continued to develop his Pokemon website and added more cards to his wall of originals, creating cards representing, among others, his beloved Sonichu. In October, he launched Quick's Sonichu site, a website devoted to his original character. Over the course of the year, the Sonichu family grew. He created Soni, Sonichu's pre-evolutionary form, and dedicated a trading card to him. He also gave Sonichu a female companion, Rosechu, based on Amy Rose from the Sonic franchise. After high school, contact with his gal pals was lost, apart from Kelly. He claimed to have called her every weekend for about a year. For Christmas of that year, Christian made her a CD entitled Songs for Kelly as his gift. He incorporated a mini Sonichu into the artwork. Winter of 2000 is also significant, for that was when Chris created his Sonichu medallion, made of Crayola model magic and acrylic paints. Late 2000, I bought some Crayola model magic clay, and I molded and crafted the first original Sonichu medallion that I wore around my neck, with a makeshift chain, which I later replaced with a better necklace I bought from Pacific Sunwear at my mall. He would rarely be seen without it. The following year, he continued to develop the lore around Sonichu, which included creating an offspring for Rosechu called Rosie, and designing an Archie Comics cover for Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Sonichu. For his mother's 60th birthday, he made her a cake with Sonichu on it. In July, he filmed the City of Quickville tour using the stop-motion feature on his Game Boy camera. The town in question was as yet unfinished Quickville made of Lego. He still hadn't settled on a naming system yet, so he spells it in 2 different ways. First with an I, then with an I and a K. The tour is led by a Lego incarnation of Christian, and he shows 2 landmarks of the town: the water tower and go-kart pass, before the video abruptly ends, possibly due to the Game Boy camera only having the capacity to hold 30 frames at a time. In August, Christian got a job at Wendy's. He was mostly in charge of cleaning trays, tables, and carpet tile flooring, keeping the place neat and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. He alleges that he never quite saw eye to eye with his supervisor, who disagreed with Chris's way of operating. According to one supposed event, he got his uniform dirty, and despite it being likely that he could have swapped with a clean spare at the establishment, he proceeded to continue to work with his sullied attire, and even attempted to wash it in the bathroom sink. According to Christian, a female coworker gave him a hard time, pelting him with criticisms and insults, perhaps mistaking her constructive criticisms for attacks against his person. He also admitted he took breaks frequently, neglecting other duties. Chris was fired from Wendy's in September or October 2001 for a number of possible reasons. One of the most popular motives for his dismissal was that he performed a Donald Duck impression to a child at the restaurant, bringing him to tears. In other accounts, he said that he was fired after he drew an unflattering caricature of an older female coworker. His termination was likely a culmination of these events. It was also around this time that Chris ended his weekly calls to Kelly. He gave conflicting reasons for this. He first stated that he suffered from noviophobia, a term he coined, which he defines as a fear of speaking to a woman who may already be in a relationship. which convinced him that his calls were in vain. Initially, Chris stated that he was told by his mother that Kelly most likely already had a boyfriend, so he might as well quit his attempts. But later, he changed his story, saying that he came to that realization all by himself. In other retellings, he said that he simply forgot to call her one weekend, and after he broke the routine, he didn't want to continue. On February 24th, 2003, Christian spent a tearful 21st birthday. For some reason, he was kicked out of English class by his male and possibly gay professor. Like many historical accounts of his life, he keeps changing the story. First, he said that the class was reading the book Wednesday's Child, which featured an autistic girl. He recounted that he told the professor that he was autistic as well, which resulted in a misunderstanding and Chris being forced to leave the class. Alternatively, he admitted to causing a disruption in class, writing in a report, "Exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church," which prompted his dismissal from the classroom. This ejection further increased his hate for men and gay men in general, and further convinced him of launching a pursuit to find true love. In order to meet whom he called a boyfriend-free girl, he launched his love quest. However, finding that one special person in his life wasn't going to be easy. Christian didn't feel like he had the confidence to approach women on his own volition, due to the infinitely high boyfriend factor. This term refers to the very high probability that any girl to whom he spoke already had a boyfriend, making it close to impossible to find his coveted boyfriend-free girl. By extension, every man who already had a girlfriend was thought of by Chris with seething loathing. With the infinitely high boyfriend factor, I'm not fond of about 99.9999999999996% of the total male population, with a margin of error of the 4 billionth of a percent for about 100 men, of whom are okay acquaintances. Those doofs get all the luck, having a sweetheart to care for and to be cared from, getting all the hugs, kisses, and
Getting all the emails from the female.
future without loneliness and with love and children. And besides that, my autism is not much help on the programming of my mind. Sigh. Oh, my life.
Sigh.
To combat his reluctance to approach prospective females, he devised a way in which women would approach him instead. The attraction sign.
No!
Christian created what he called an attraction sign, which was much like a personals ad, but in public. 21 and single white male, shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great thinker and go-getter, natural salesperson, enjoys good parts of life, diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful, very creative, he's lonely. Seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion, 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single, average to slender weight, body type, white, lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average high income, drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day. He would hang the sign up at the PBCC lobby and would stand or sit beside it in the hopes of attracting potential mates. Based on the attraction sign and later comments, it is clear that instead of finding the love of his life, his quest for a sweetheart was more of a quest to lose his virginity and to find a woman to mother him and financially support him. Just a couple of months into his love quest, Christian was met with an obstacle. Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Affairs, tore down his attraction sign and allegedly even tore it up in front of him. According to Chris, she yelled at him in a violent manner and said that his way of doing things would not get him a girlfriend. It is likely that Walsh may have, in fact, taken down his sign and told him that it was inappropriate, as is what that of him.
Sorry, my brain stopped. Or I was responding to Discord DM.
Average weight, body type, white, have a boyfriend, diplomat, go-get, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous, a great thinker and go-getter, natural salesperson, enjoys good parts of life, diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful, very creative, he's lonely. seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion, 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend, single, average to slender weight, body type, white, lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area, does not smoke or drink alcohol, happy, positive personality, average high income, drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go off a cliff. Have a nice day. He would hang the sign up at the PVCC lobby and would stand or sit beside it in the hopes of attracting potential mates. Based on the attraction sign and later comments, it is clear that instead of finding the love of his life, his quest for a sweetheart was more of a quest to lose his virginity and to find a woman to mother him and financially support him. Just a couple of months into his love quest, Christian was met with an obstacle. Mary Lee Walsh, the Dean of Student Affairs, tore down his attraction sign and allegedly even tore it up in front of him. According to Chris, she yelled at him in a violent manner and said that his way of doing things would not get him a girlfriend. It is likely that Walsh may have, in fact, taken down his sign and told him that it was inappropriate, as his methods were akin to soliciting sex on campus. In any case, he was deeply disheartened by this event. It literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. In response to this attack, Christian made another sign, which was quickly removed in a similar fashion. This was to be the beginning of Christian's make-believe conflict with Mary Lee Walsh that will haunt him for most of his adult life. As an act of catharsis, Christian wrote a poem called Saddest Heart in the World, in which he refers to Walsh in the most unkind of light. Lonesome and sad, the mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took my only idea for a fall. Heartbroken, sad, and very lonely, I may never remove my virginity.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Nice. Mhm.
On April 10th, Chris wrote a short story called Sonichu and Rosechu, The Genesis of the Love Hogs. It establishes the origins of Sonichu and Rosechu, and also incorporates elements from the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, such as the Chaos Emeralds. In addition, the story features a lovely Pokemon trainer. Her name was Kel, short for Kelly. He published it on his Sonichu site. So if the 10th ever idea efforts of
Sorry, man.
catharsis haunt him for
It's
most of his
for
adult
damn.
life.
Sorry.
As an act of catharsis, Christian wrote a poem called Saddest Heart in the World, in which he refers to Walsh in the most unkind of light. Lonesome and sad, the mastermind is very bad. In efforts of getting a boyfriend-free gal, that female dog took my only idea for a fall. Heartbroken, sad and very lonely, I may never remove my virginity. On April 10th, Chris wrote a short story called Sonichu and Rosechu, The Genesis of the Love Hogs. It establishes the
Genesis
origins of
Valentine?
Sonichu and Rosechu, and also incorporates elements from the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, such as the Chaos Emeralds. In addition, the story features a lovely Pokemon trainer. Her name was Kel, short for Kelly. He published it on his Sonichu site. In June, Christian found work as a salesperson for Cutco, a cutlery retailer. It is unknown whether he actually managed to sell any knives. Later testimonies prove that he was still in possession of unpurchased stock, holding onto some items more than a decade after he was employed. His tenure ended in August, when his boss left the Charlottesville area. In August, the newly formed band, Christian and the Hedgehog Boys, released their debut album. The band, which was led by Christian and also featured Sonic, Sonichu, Shadow the Hedgehog, and Black Sonichu, in fact only existed in Christian's head. The album entirely consisted of Christian singing melody-free vocals with original lyrics over existing songs being played in the background. His songs covered a range of topics, such as his search for love in So Need a Cute Girl, based on I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage.
Autism in AUTISM, sung over the Backstreet Boys' Larger Than Life.
AUTISM, what does it mean?
And his Spanish skills in the Ricky Martin adaptation La Cocina en la Casa de Casanova.
Estamos divertidos y bailamos con la música. Hay muchas chicas bonitas aquí.
Later that year, Chris wrote another poem, Sonichu's Ode to Rosechu, an attempt at depicting the romantic ties binding Sonichu and Rosechu. O Rosechu, you are as beautiful as a rose, though a zapbud is the flower that heals your woes. He once again reinstates his idealized views on relationships between men and women. If I evolve into your knight, I will protect you with my lance. Speed makes no difference, though you are slower than I. You dance in a field with such grace and style. Sigh. The poem closes with possibly the first utterance of a variant of Christian's commonly used term, sweetheart. Rosie, as often as birds tweet, will you be my lovely heart sweet? In October of 2003, Christian reunited with his childhood friend, Sarah, for her birthday. For the special occasion, he made her a present, a hand-drawn comic book detailing the complete history of their life together, entitled Chris plus Sarah's Life Shares. It is from this work of literature that the majority of their interactions with each other has come to be known, including Sarah's supposed childhood bullying, which then 21-year-old Chris completely neglects. Like most of his creative attempts, it is self-centered, bragging about his accomplishments concerning Sonichu. He also talks about her personal life, including her relationship with her boyfriend. As of sometime before July 2000, Sarah has been living with her boyfriend, Wes Isley, a magician who does parties. He closes the book with hope for the future. A special note from Christian to Sarah: I hope that we can hang together sometime, but for now and forever, we will always be good friends. To return the sentiment, Sarah decided to spend Christmas with the Chandlers, which delighted Chris.
Nintendo.
On November 22nd, 2003, Christian filmed a documentary of his activities in the game Animal Crossing on the Nintendo GameCube, which he then sent to Nintendo for consideration. Crossing 2003. Christian filmed a documentary of his activities in the game Animal Crossing on the Nintendo GameCube, which he then sent to Nintendo for consideration. Chris narrates this hour-long tour of two of his self-made towns, Quickville and Quick City. Since the documentary features a video game player narrating his activities while playing a game, this possibly makes Chris the first ever Let's Player in the modern understanding of the word.
Hello, Nintendo! Welcome to my Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube. I am your host. My name is Christian Weston Chandler. I live in Ruckersville, Virginia. And I is 21 years old. And I play because I'm young at heart. So anyway, we're going to take a tour of my city.
Like everything he produces, it includes Sonichu.
So anyway, stepping out is my character, Sonichu. He's wearing the clothes with the character on it. Like I said, you might remember his face. There's his actual face. You remember the rest of his body, you see the whole picture.
Chris performs a spontaneous rendition of Yellow is a Mellow Color off the Sonic and the Hedgehog Boys album.
Yellow is a mellow color. Yes, it is a mellow color. Sonichu zaps the lightning. And mellow color. Yeah.
He also treats the audience with a performance of So Need a Cute Girl.
Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age. Tell me why I ain't never wanna hear you say I have a boyfriend. And that was inspired by a real thing.
He previews the in-game diary that he keeps.
As for a monthly journal entry here in November, yeah, I try to get a girlfriend because I don't have a girlfriend. But I have made up a poem. Let you guys read it. Alright, scroll down a little bit as we go along. It's a very good poem because I am an artist as well as a poet. I'll make a rhyme every time.
He proceeds to give a tour of his bedroom.
This is my bedroom. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Because I like to make things fun since you know I'm young at heart.
As he unwittingly transfers his hoarding habits into a virtual environment, his bedroom in Animal Crossing closely replicates his real-life counterpart. Chris goes outside and comes across several characters who all seem to run back indoors at the very sight of him.
Around here, I want to show you my favorite character that I kind of got to know it from the start. Oop, she just went in. There's Anna Cootie. She just went in. And there's Elmer. He just went in.
He then travels to his house on Quickville Island to reveal that he mostly uses the property for extra storage.
I use mine as storage for the extra items I don't have room for at home. Yeah, I got a bunch.
He reasserts his brand loyalty for Nintendo and decries their competitors.
Speaking of which, you should make this Sonic Heroes should be Nintendo GameCube exclusive because Xbox and PlayStation 2, my opinion is the same as yours. They both stink. Yeah, I do not even own them. I don't even want them. That goes double for the PS1 as well. But if you want to know my game systems, I had my GameCube for about almost a year and a half now. Got it on May 31st, 2002. I got your SNES, Nintendo 64, NES. I got the Genesis 301 with the original Genesis, 32X and Sega CD, as well as Sega Dreamcast, and the Sega Saturn. So I got mostly all of them. I've been a Sonic fan forever, and that's why I'm glad that Sonic came to Nintendo.
He mentions that he likes to keep his surroundings clean by picking weeds.
Oh, we look at this. There's a weed. I pick weeds. Keeps my town clean, as well as Quixie.
He also likes to keep active.
Another weed. Why you know about that? I usually like to run. It keeps me going faster. By the way,
He introduces the viewers to his character, Crystal.
anyway, this is Crystal. She's wearing the Rose Chew look. There's a zap button on the door. I got Sonichu's Rose Chew's mug right here.
Near the end, Chris proclaims that he is high-functioning autistic.
And to answer the all-important question, what is the meaning of HFA with the two red eyes? I will tell you. Got that? That means high functionally autism because that's what I am. I'm functionally autistic. I may have autism, but since I'm high functional, I can do a lot of things. I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this documentary I'm doing right now. But anyway, for the submission of Nintendo Power. This has been a documentary narrated by Christian Weston Chandler. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will consider this for publication. Bye now.
Christian started 2004 with a New Year's resolution to find a girlfriend. On January 3rd, he drew a Sonichu comic strip, which also featured Rosechu and Black Sonichu. This was the first time he included his characters in an illustrated storytelling setting. On the 6th, he went to get an eye exam. The optometrist in question happened to be Dr. David Chandler, Chris's brother from Bob's first marriage, who informed him for the first time that he had an 8-year-old niece named Savannah. On January 18th, he wrote Hard Love Quest, a poem concerning his difficulties in finding a boyfriend-free girl. Without girlfriend love, he feels an older age, as he is still stuck as a virgin with rage. He searched low and high to the end. The only delay is the fear of being already beaten by a boyfriend. On January 31st, Christian wrote in his diary, "Well, it's the end of another month, and I still don't have a girlfriend. Maybe my latest idea, the Sonichu's News Dash newsletter, will make the ladies take notice of me." The newsletter in question was an outlet for Christian's creative ideas concerning Sonichu and his poetry. Issue 1 featured a couple of skits starring Sonichu, the poem Saddest Heart in the World, and a personal ad for himself, which was not unlike his attraction sign. Christian is a very shy and very thoughtful person and will only accept person-to-person encounters. When getting his attention, approach and say hi to him. Do not flirt from a distance. He will not be able to notice. To find Christian, he'll be wearing the Sonichu medallion. In addition to posting a digital copy onto his website, he distributed printed copies of the newsletter around PVCC campus as an alternative to his attraction sign. This must have caught the attention of Mary Lee Walsh, who issued a cease and desist order. In an email dated February 1st, Chris tried to settle out of court. "Mary, I've slept on it, and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect." Walsh replied and insisted that they meet the following week. On February 9th, Christian recounted the events of that meeting. Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. "I am very angry at that XXXXX. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I have also declared war on them as well." It was allegedly during this meeting where he performed his Curse Kamehameha attack, which consisted of Chris mimicking the hand motion of an attack move from the anime series Dragon Ball Z and cursing people into experiencing bad luck. However, it is not certain whether he was inspired by the original occurrence of the Kamehameha or its parody featured in another anime, Excel Saga, to which Chris has definitely been exposed. In March, Chris claimed that the kerfuffle concerning Walsh got his parents upset too. "That XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh got on my and my parents' nerves. All I'd been doing was trying to get a girlfriend. Is that too much to ask? I am very devastated due to my shattered heart that XXXXX caused unto me. My life sucks." Completely disregarding her demands, he published issue 3 of Sonichu's News Dash, with most of the content themes remaining unaltered. However, his requirements for a boyfriend-free girl were tweaked a little bit. He was now looking for 18 to 22-year-olds, since he had just turned 22 himself. In May of 2004, Nintendo Power magazine published an article highlighting Christian's Animal Crossing video, referring to Chris only as Sonichu. Simply amazing. There's no other way to describe what we've received from Sonichu of Quickville, a full video documentary that walked us through his daily life. His opulent manor contained every manner of furniture. Quickville's landscape was filled to the bursting point with all the animals who'd moved to his well-tended town, and Sonichu has customized everything about his town. Even many villagers have followed his bold trends, wearing the patterns he has created. This apparently got the attention of PVCC's newspaper, The Forum, which featured Christian and Sonichu in an exclusive report. PVCC student Christian Chandler has dedicated many hours to his pastime. He is the creator of Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Like Sonic, Sonichu can run at high speeds. During Supersonic's battle against the perfect Chaos Monster, Sonic Adventure DX for GameCube, Supersonic was spat out by the monster and collided with a bystanding Pikachu, Chandler explained. According to this story, the power from the Chaos Emeralds transformed Pikachu into Sonichu. Chandler and the world he created for Sonichu were featured in the May 2004 issue of Nintendo Power. The place is called Quickville. The Quick prefix are his initials, Christian Weston Chandler. Nintendo Power was apparently impressed with Chandler's work. During all this rigmarole, he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his Match.com profile, which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time that he opened a MySpace account. I enjoy drawing, listening. I also enjoy web design. I also draw to his Match.com profile. During all this rigmarole, he continued to publish his news dash, but he updated his personal contact information to include a link to his Match.com profile, which he created to aid in his love quest. It was also around this time that he opened a MySpace account. I enjoy drawing, listening to music, playing video games, and TCG. I also like anime, Legos, and I love my parents. I also enjoy web design. He proceeds to list all the gaming consoles in his possession, finishing with the Pokemon catchphrase, "Gotta catch 'em all." Interestingly, he listed his occupation as student/cartoonist. He explores his most desperate desires in his blurb. I am a bit shy, but I would enjoy the company of a beautiful girl who likes some of the things I do. I also like to have fun when I can, and I don't really like to be alone. I graduated from high school on the honor roll, and I'm doing very well at PVCC. A lot of men make false promises to their girlfriends, but I am totally different. When it comes to what I can offer, I can seriously promise care, respect, empathy, and love. I think that most girls deserve the world, and I would do my best to give it to them. In May 2004, he attended the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention for the first time, where he met notable voice actress Monica Rial. She also sings opera very nicely, and she is a very nice, fun, and sweet person to hang around with. She sure made my day a sweet one. In Sonichu's News Dash Issue 5, he introduces 3 new Sonichu characters. Christian Sonichu, based on himself, Wesley Sonichu, his quote-unquote rival, who's based on Sarah Hammer's boyfriend, Wes Isley, and Sarah Hammer Rose Chu, obviously named after Sarah herself. In June, to celebrate the 24-year wedding anniversary of his parents, Chris made them a present, a dramatic retelling of the family's life via Animal Crossing. Through this videographic endeavor, he delves deep into the family's history.
Hi, Mom and Dad. How you doing? This is my little present for y'all. A little documentary for y'all. Here in Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube. About how y'all were and how you are now and so forth. So, take a trip back in time with me, won't you? As we explore how each of you were. Of course, first we'll travel back in time to the time of good old Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. He was a hip youngster back in his day. Let's take a look inside his chateau and see what describes him as him. He collects records, and he's got lots of them. He's got so many shelves. He might call him a record case. Yeah.
Chris reveals that Bob has Cherokee ancestry.
He was born in Cherokee in Texas. Actually, it was like 1/16 Cherokee. But that's why we have this totem pole here. This Chinese lion here. That's he's been to Korea for World War II, I believe it was. And he got Conduct Medal of Honor, which that's what this is right here.
He performs the same type of tour for Barbara.
But she went to school and she worked hard. And see these shirt here? That's her school colors, blue and white. Because back in high school, she was a cheerleader. Bum bum, sis boom ba, yay yay, la la la. Hell yeah, she likes the old stuff as well, so she's got a little tea set here. And we got kitchen, fridge, and stove. Here's a little fan to keep cool with. Keep food in this little pantry. And she keeps her brooms and mops in the old closet here. Although somebody brought up the mop, somebody wanted to clean up. You put your garbage in the garbage can. And this is the sad part.
Hello? There we go. Whoa, what the fuck?
Very few houses nowadays, but what happened
Why is
in
it?
the old days? The bathroom was in the same room as the kitchen.
Hello?
But luckily, we always remember to wash our hands
Hello?
with water.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just in the days of old.
Phew.
Nowadays, she does have a private bathroom. Yeah.
Chris explains how his parents first met.
They met over at Maddie's pub, see. Yeah. Mom was just sitting down with her friend. She was watching Bobby sing up here. And well, she really liked his singing, so as father put it, she went up to him and then as he passed by, changed the thermostat. Yeah. Anyway, she chased him down the hallway and cornered him. And then after that, they just
Yeah, this
taught things.
I mean, it worked. They can't argue with the results. That is not the way to court.
Do you take this woman to be your lovely wed wife, to love and hold and cherish and to honor? I do. And do you, Barbara?
I can't even say that it's like Chris, like how they explain them to Chris. Not when I say the actual, but like how it's not. How can that be better? Like how they explain it to Chris as a kid. Because how can that be better than how? Because like the only thing like further than that would be something starting with an R and consisting of 4 letters. And that's not how. That's not how a marriage is gonna start. So it's not even. I can't even say it's probably Chris embellishing it. It's probably the order of events that transpired.
Side by side on recording. We're gonna play Sitting Under the Apple Tree.
He proceeds to let the 1942 song Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree play in full.
Anyone else but me?
And there you have a nice little blast from past.
Anyone else but me? Anyone else but me?
Video. This is my way of saying happy anniversary to y'all. Coming up.
The video cuts to a drawing made with Mario paint, which says, "To Mom and Dad, happy anniversary. Thank you both for my birth. Love, Christian C."
How the fuck did Mario Paint? That wasn't a thing in
Chris began going to the Charlottesville Fashion Square attraction sign in
America, was it?
Fellow mates.
I could be completely wrong. I also didn't have a Nintendo 64 until I was an adult.
August 1st, he announced, "Well, it's another month. Still no girlfriend. But I have a new idea that I'm sure will reel in a girlfriend on a fateful red string."
Actually, I don't think I had any Nintendo consoles or anything until I got my Wii.
"Pick me up and bring me to my owner" was written. The significance of using a red string was most likely a reference to its appearance in the anime Excel Saga, and is a well-known symbol in many Asian cultures.
Red String of Destiny.
At prospective partners and hoped that they would pick up the heart and follow
the
back to him. It cannot be determined how successful this strategy could have been, because just 4 days after he employed the Red String of Fate, a mall security guard, which Chris referred to as a jerk-op, put an end to it. In August,
Can
Christian
you
fulfilled a
imagine
family
how
Pokemon
fucking
and
uncomfortable
centered
that
his
would be?
attention on Yu-Gi-Oh, a similarly themed card
Think
game.
about it.
He began
I
making
want to
his
make you
own custom
uncomfortable.
cards
No, like
and
that's
attended his first
just
Yu-Gi-Oh tournament at the game place.
fucking Chris
He met
just hiding behind. Oh, that poor girl. Chris just hiding behind like a fucking shrub or something, like a potted plant, and just throwing the registry and just staring for behind it. It's actually fucking hilarious. It's really sad that they thought of her. I don't know, man. It's just, look how much she doesn't.
to
I don't
Megan
know.
Schroeder.
You can
Over
see
the
a
months of
smile on
getting
her
to know
face,
Megan,
but
I grew fond of her.
she doesn't
Although
look
at that
happy to
time,
be
and up to
photographed.
now, she wasn't interested in a love-late relationship. I've bided to her wishes and requests. I am truly fond of her. Since he and Megan had Yu-Gi-Oh as a common interest, Christian only intensified his obsession with the game, creating more and more custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards, with one depicting Crystal, Christian's make-believe female twin. He also designed a girlfriend's gift card, on which the illustrated girlfriend looks suspiciously like the sister. On September 4th, Christian
Or,
reflected on his love
futures.
quest so far. While I was at the mall for the 8th week today, I realized something. Since I have been using a sign to state my being single and lonesome towards an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free woman, I, in the event, was trying to sell myself like a new car. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that
Your
jerk
car
cop
has
off when I
value,
pulled some
though.
of my
I'm
fun cards and
sorry.
told my lonesome virgin story, intimidated him, and shouted no into his face. In short, I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of my quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of my fun cards and told my lonesome virgin story, intimidated him, and shouted no into his face.
Oh my god, can you imagine being that fucking. Ah. Well, really fucking.
Was trying to sell myself like a new car. 2 days later, Chris's love quest was interrupted by a jerk cop. I told that jerk cop off when I pulled some of
He pulled out his fucking. Handmade Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Said, I'm a lonesome virgin. And no.
my
And
fun
ran
cards,
away.
told my lonesome virgin story,
What the fuck?
intimidated him, and shouted no into his face.
Like, there's
In short,
no
today was my
denying
day,
how,
I'm still
like,
alone.
there's no
On
denying
September
why,
11th,
like, how
his search for love
Chris
took
blew
a
up.
turn for
They're
the worst.
genuinely
I was not
fascinating to
bothering
watch.
anyone at the mall today while I was trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail, but I have been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my
People,
mom or dad
I
with
don't know,
me.
man, like, to
My
watch
independence
is one
and my
thing,
soul
but I
had to
will
be
say the
murdered.
people, like, making
Chris's
fun
run
of
of misfortune
Chris
climaxed when only 5 days later,
and,
the
like,
school
calling
board of
and setting up
PVCC
these,
suspended
like,
him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well.
all the
He
shit
also
that
wrote
went
to
on,
US President
the,
George W. Bush Jr. and Laura
I
Bush
just want
to
to
help me get allowed back
say
to PVCC.
they're
We
possibly
all cursed
more
to death
internet
upon
cringe
that
autistic than
XXXXX
Chris.
Mary Lee Walsh. In conjunction with his
To
suspension, he was
pick
required
on a
to take anger
person.
management classes, get a psychological evaluation, and receive social skills counseling. All cursed to death Laura Bush as well. His suspended fortune climaxed when a soul were practically murdered. Chris's run of misfortune climaxed when only 5 days later, the school board of PVCC suspended him for 1 year. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge
Oh
as well.
no, I
He's
can't
going
give
to
you
write to US
money.
President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all cursed to death upon that XXXXX Mary Lee Walsh. In conjunction with his suspension, he was required to take anger management classes, get a psychological evaluation, and receive social skills counseling. 10 days after the event, he lamented over his inability to go to PVCC or the mall, and confessed that he would be asking for a girlfriend this Christmas. Despite his bans from the college and the fashion square, he decided to continue with his search for a boyfriend-free girl, but relocated to the University of Virginia's campus to do so. However, this move wasn't for long, as Christian was allowed back to the fashion square in November. Regardless, he went back to UVA for a different kind of engagement, in the form of a mandatory psychiatric evaluation. There are more of such documented examinations in existence, but this is the only one so far which has been made public. Mr. Chandler says that since finishing high school and starting at PVCC in the year 2000, he has had an increasing interest in a female companion. His attempts at this ultimately led to his suspension from college. His attempt took the form of a sign which he placed next to himself while sitting in the lobby at Piedmont. This sign was a list of qualifications that a potential girlfriend would have. He said that he has been very frustrated by his inability to find a girlfriend, and he suffers from noviophobia. This refers to his frustration that females often tell him that they already have a boyfriend. While he does have physical attraction towards females, his primary frustration is with his lack of companionship. The report mentions his medical record and earlier evaluations. He has already undergone psychological evaluation by Robin Hawks at the Center of Learning Potential. The recommendation concerning Mr. Chandler's emotional status is that he seek psychiatric and psychological treatment. The psychologist felt that counseling and medication would possibly address his obsessive thought pattern and assist him with social skills. She also recommended anger management training. The analysis also comments on Christian's appearance and demeanor in the session. The patient is a mildly overweight white male, wearing blue jeans and a shirt. He was also wearing a makeshift necklace that has a large plastic medallion in the shape of a Pokemon character's head. He also had a number of shrinky-dink decorations attached to this necklace. He had a large backpack that he carried with him, and had a notebook containing a large number of drawings. His speech was somewhat nasal, with frequent awkward laughing during his sentences. His speech was fluent. His responses were appropriate to the questions posed to him. Overall, the volume of his speech was slightly elevated, although his tone was generally pleasant and almost jovial. His thought processes were linear and logical. He was somewhat concrete, especially regarding social interactions. He seemed to have a good insight into his limitations. The attending physician offers up his final verdict. Folstein's score was 30 out of 30, with his sentence being, "Uncle Spunky is a really funky monkey." Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. He is left, however, with a severe degree of social awkwardness and seems to have good insight into this. He is left feeling somewhat frustrated as he has a strong desire for companionship, although his social limitations prevent him from being able to realize.
This story is really like fucking it sounds psychological evaluation I could have gotten. Just like so glad it didn't turn out like that, but in another life, with the right conditions, I could have been a fucking Christian. And that's really upsetting to realize.
This in the way which he would like. The patient doesn't seem to pose a significant threat to himself or anyone else. After the evaluation, Chris carried on with
a psychological evaluation I could have gotten in like high school. After high school, my social instinct, I guess? Not instinct, but my social ability became much better. But yeah, in high school that read out like absolutely a psychological evaluation I could have received in high school. And it was really like sobering.
himself or anyone else. After the evaluation, Chris carried on with life much like before, with neither him nor his parents making any significant effort to change his ways. But Christmas was soon approaching, and maybe Santa would bring him a girlfriend like he wished, who could right all his wrongs and change his life for the better.
Did he? I feel so bad for was it Megan? feel so bad for her. I seem to remember her not being the best person in the world, but she did not deserve the fucking. From what I remember,
What made him this way?
and obviously I'm gonna have to, like,
What is the attraction?
watch
What
more
keeps
along
us
with you
fascinated?
guys to find
This
out
is the
what
story
I'm
of Christian.
forgetting, but we did not deserve the level of internet, like, parasocialism. The level of internet creepiness that she got, internet scrutiny. Like, fuck, she just tried to be nice to Chris.
My name is Christian Chandler, age 22 at this time. I will be 23 on February 24th, 2005.
I seem to remember there being a reason that people
Anyway,
didn't like
for
her,
over a
but
year now,
I'd
I've
still, like, she didn't
been
deserve
trying
that
to
shit,
attract
man.
an 18 to 22-year-old boyfriend-free girl, 18 to 21, before February 24th, 2004, which is this year. Anywho, been trying for over a year to attract a girl, boyfriend-free girl, and I have failed. And you know, when you had so many failures at this time, you can't help but feel sad, you know, and depressed. And here it is about Christmas time, and well, all I want for Christmas is a boyfriend-free girl.
Christian for Christmas 2004 by singing 2 of his songs for the camera. He performs So Need a Cute Girl.
Tell me why I so need a cute girl my age.
Followed by All I Want for Christmas is a Pretty Girlfriend.
All I want for Christmas is a girlfriend. She has to be 18 to 22.
Hmm.
Well, at this time of year, all I can say right now is I hope Santa will comply with my request and bring me a pretty girlfriend. And so, happy
The
holidays
more
from me,
I
Christian
originally went
Chandler,
into the whole
highway pony
Christian
trip.
thing, ah, funny Christian. The more I watch this, the more I learn about Christian, the sadder it
Christian left
gets.
his camera out for Christmas Day
There
songs
are
and documented the state of the
no.
house at that time.
Twas
What I
Christmas
learned that
Day,
someone said
and all through the
there are
house,
no heroes in this
pretty girl was
story.
stirring for my family and me and our 2 cats.
I
And
think
we wander upon our wondrous Christmas tree.
the only person who
Lord, it
could
was
be
made so
considered close to a
delicately.
hero in the story
Delicately
is
The story of the little
the
tree is
teacher
the
that
Sonichu,
left a really
which
good
he
impression
revealed
on
whose
him.
dreams were dashed that day.
And a Christmas present that was supposed to be for
I mean, this is
the older
bothering the shit out of me.
brother.
What? Okay.
But unfortunately, she didn't show.
Okay. That fucking search result that you probably just saw. Uh I was listening to, I think it was Sleepycast, and someone who is Chinese who went to China recounting his experience of Chinese people uh defecating their children in the streets. And it was substantiated by other people on the podcast who had gone to China. And I was like, what the fuck? But yes, that was a very, that would have been that was probably very just weird to see. But, wait, what the hell was her name? Oh, Oh, shit. Where is he? Where is he? Oh God! Oh. No. Sorry, I felt ambiguous about name dropping Melody. And it's out there, so I'm not gonna. But I just I don't know. Um, I'm not gonna close that because I don't. I'm just gonna be secretive about who I'm DMing because it's not. I don't mean to involve. I just don't think sometimes when I'm saying things. But private DMs, and I should have kept all facets of it private, even who I'm DMing, because just feels weird. But anyway. Yep. Hmm. Wait, was it Megan with an H? It's really bothering me. Why the fuck do I remember people not liking Megan? Why does... Hmm. Oh shit, she's within a week of me. 7 years earlier, but still. Hey, what the fuck? Hmm. Is that what it was? I was remembering that Bob and Barbara disliked Megan. What the fuck, dude? I
No.
Chris
guess I was
introduces his
misremembering.
audience to his parents.
And now we wander in on my family. Say hello, Father.
Yeah.
Making our Christmas movie.
I see you're wasting your chip.
Well, I'm gonna play on to VHS anyway.
I see. All right.
A smaller Christmas tree down here.
Yeah.
And our mothers sleep here in a dark area.
Oh, is this
Would you
what
care to
got
share
the?
Merry
Do you
Christmas,
realize
Father?
something?
The tour puts a spotlight on the extent of the hoarding situation in the house, as Chris visibly has trouble navigating through the hoard.
Care to say something to the entire world?
Merry Christmas.
Yep.
After the tour, Chris documents the gift exchange, revealing the interpersonal dynamics of the family.
Okay, yeah, it's recording. So here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Hooray, hooray.
Chris presents Bob with a card.
Hi,
Am I
Daisy.
supposed to read it?
Yes, read it.
Am I supposed to read it out loud?
Yeah. Read
see.
to Mom.
I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic love quest. Pooey. And
Do you think
Santa doesn't bring me
Bob
one, no Christmas.
and Barb were deeply, like, disappointed
Like I asked him, then
with Chris at this point, or do you think
finding a
they were just happy to have one child who
it'll come Christmas.
loved them
Well,
unconditionally, didn't just hate them
my
and want nothing to do with them?
presents.
Okay.
Today I'm thinking of Christmas and remembering you all. Merry Christmas, Christian C.
Christian gives Bob the option of receiving the puppet TV show Fraggle Rock on DVD or on VHS. After Christian discreetly implies that he wants to keep the DVD for himself, Bob caves in and chooses to take the VHS.
Yes,
So you want the VHS?
yeah.
Here you go.
I'm not much for the other.
DVD. Why do we have it on both? I gave him a choice.
Pippa Jack loves Fraggle Rock.
Remember he originally wanted DVD? It's Fraggle Rock, Father. That's what's on there.
I see.
Everything that's on the DVD is on that VHS.
VHS worked better than my system.
Yeah.
Chris presents Barbara with a Lego set.
Snowboarding stuff.
He gives her a plush doll of the Japanese character Hamtaro.
I got you Hamtaro. That's cute. Yeah.
Who is he?
It's a Hamtaro. You got little hand stuff.
Oh, this is making it personal. Ah, stop!
The family discuss the possibility of a surprise visit from Sarah.
Oh, that's my present for Sarah. Because, you know.
No! No! My brain. Finish that. When the family discusses the possibility of Chris being autistic. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But hasn't that just been sunk in after 22 years? Maybe. Wait, maybe there's something to that. No. He's a little hamster. Fuck, I'm sorry. Bob and Barbara discussed the possibility of Chris being autistic. Uh, Something just clicked. Something just clicked. I'm just autistic. Bites Barbara's head off. He bites Barbara's head off. We're biting the head off of it. No, I haven't slept. What do you think is this sleep? You think normal people sleep? Normal people don't sleep. You sleep. I sleep. You sleep. Boy, how you doing? You sleep. You sleep. You sleep. Are you sleep? You sleep. Both got autism. Well, we both have autism, don't we? You sleep. I said you sleep. You sleep. You sleep. Christian soldier. How you doing, y'all? Is the Boo Bear? How you doing, Boo Bear? 47 hours ago, something like that. I'm saying demons. The demons have entered my vision. The demons have entered my vision. It's been 47 hours with no sleep, and the demons are surely approaching. And the approach is happening. What the demons don't know is I know their true form. I know their true weaknesses. And it's horror. So I've been dousing myself in holy water. It smells like gasoline, but I'm gonna test it by letting this match. It should be holy water. I'm pretty sure it's holy water. And if it isn't, God will protect. No, though, dude, those naps when you've been awake for so long, those naps are like those fucking 4-hour naps are like a full fucking sleep. It doesn't get you back to good, but it's like the efficacy of sleep is a lot more when you're way more fucking tired. What is it? If you get tired enough, you get cat naps, micro sleeps of like 30 seconds, and it'll just send you directly into a REM cycle, and it'll be like an hour's worth of sleep in that 30 seconds. Something like that. I could have the math wrong slightly. The demons have entered my eyelids, and they only want revenge for what I've done to them. I stink. I stink. I need a drink. My willy shrink when we wash the stink. Don't wanna wash your cold when wash them all. Well, my bed is used. I don't have a chair. I lie down. Sitting up is apparently really bad for you, and standing up for too long is apparently really bad for you. But you know what's not apparently super bad for you? Lying down. Wait. You got an RV, you say? I've got a business opportunity for you. You're not allowed to ask what all the beakers and test tubes and such are for, or any of the chemicals, but I can guarantee thousands of dollars within the week. Just don't ever come in when I'm using the beakers and glassware. I will fucking kill you. Thousands of dollars. Shh, shh, shh. Thousands of dollars. Shh. Just take it. I do not own a chair. There was a fucking depression in my mattress that, oh god, no! There was a depression in my mattress that functioned as a chair for a while until I fixed the depression in my mattress. Because the box spring, or not box spring, the wooden thingy under it, the wooden, the mattress frame, thank you. The mattress frame under it, some of the boards broke because it's not super high quality wood, and but I fixed it. Aqueous methylamine for classic P2P biker cook. Red phosphates. Need I go on? I don't think I can go on or I'll get in trouble. I might get in trouble already. Erlenmeyer flasks. Volumetric flasks. Beakers of all shapes and sizes. April, thy bold, she's gold. Mother hit me, mother slapped me, daddy bring me to the fire, throw me in. I burn, I burn, I yearn, I yearn. What is your shape? Circle? Mine is. Ah! I saw you. You look skinny these days. You son of a bitch. Kitty cat twitching. I got. You're having a nightmare.
Well, she did last year, remember?
Chris attempts at an embrace with his mother, but ends up hurting her instead.
Here, oops, I'm sorry. Don't break my head. I'm sorry.
He does it again.
2 boxes together here. I'm sorry.
Chris gives Barb another present. A snow globe with him in it.
With me in it.
You think Christian, like, what would have happened with George from Of Mice and Men if George had internet access? No, remember George was the one that crushed bunnies.
Merry Christmas, Robert. It's also got Sanchu in it. Look, see, me on one side, Sanchu on the other. That's cool. I got it over at Walmart. The snow globe.
How about that? cool. Yeah, that's neat. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Now we can go back downstairs where it's warm. Snappy New Year. Yeah. Snappy New Year, huh? Not on the couch.
Yep.
After the gift unwrapping, Christian went back to his room to record a video recapping the events.
Well, now this ends our family Christmas of 2004. I did get some nice gifts, but it does not compare to having a boyfriend-free girl that I can make it to a girlfriend. But unfortunately, I was hoping for her to come, but she didn't. My lifelong friend, Sarah Hammer. You know, she
Y'all
didn't
is still
take
there,
care of
baby
that
boy?
jerk Wes Isley. I can have it, but seriously though, I wish she was here so that I could talk to her and so she can help me in my quest to get a boyfriend-free 18 to 22-year-old girl. 1823 as of February 24th, 2005. Well, anyway, that pretty much sums up my Christmas season for this year. So, as they say in showbiz, goodbye, folks.
As he entered 2005, Christian continued his tried and true tradition of pacing around the mall, hoping to attract a boyfriend-free girl. His activities quickly caught the eye of Anna McLaren, an employee of Pack & Son at Charlottesville Fashion Square, who described her encounter with him in a blog post titled The Tale of the Crazy Pacer. There was a guy
Makes it sound like a fucking yokai.
Fitch. He'd come and do it for
A
hours
Japanese,
on end, just pacing back
urban
and forth.
legend.
He was an okay-looking guy,
I mean.
not evil-looking like creepy molester dude. So he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes, as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt. A nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side, and white collar and cuffs. Then, one day, he decided to start pacing on the Pac Sun side, so he started pacing in front of our store. We were doing floor set, and Lin noticed that crazy pacer kept looking into Pac Sun as he paced. And this day, he was acting particularly crazy. He'd pace and pace, then stop and shout something at the wall, then keep pacing. And he also did some singing, even getting into the vibrato falsetto junks. It was hilarious. So anyways, someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. So they waved, and Christian waved back. After some waving back and forth, Christian took the initiative and entered the store. He came right up to the counter that I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and he goes, "You look to be about 19 years old, right?" He then proceeded to introduce himself. "My name is Christian," he said, "but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler."
None of that crazy pacing and screaming got you all hot and bothered. Back my parents' place. A little bit more action, you know what I'm saying?
I said, "Hi, Chris." "So," he continued, "do angels have names?" I found out later that he meant to say, "Do angels like you have names?" Poor guy was so nervous, he didn't get it right. Anna introduces herself, then Chris talks about eyes. "My eyes are two different colors. One of them is green and the other is blue. That's because I had pink eye a while back and one of them stayed that way. What color are your eyes?" I was pretty grossed out by the pink eye story, but I told him anyway. "Sometimes blue, sometimes green, and usually gray." "Oh, that's neat. It's funny how that happens, isn't it?" "Yeah," I said. He attempts to ask her out, but Anna declines. He eventually settles on the internet as a forum for future communication between them. Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. "That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay?" "Okay," I said, not intending to email him at all. Little did either of them know, but this was the start of a friendship, but for the time being, Chris's contact with Anna was sparse. In February, Cartoon Network's Adult Swim block held a contest which asked viewers to make their own commercial advertising the release of the cartoon series Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, Volume 1 DVD set. Christian sent in his own unique take, in which he mentions his ongoing feud with Mary Lee Walsh.
"Hello, I hired Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, to help me, Christian Weston Chandler, in my case against Mary Lee Walsh
She all died in the streets. I saw it.
Superman 2 disc DVD box set, which comes out April 12th, 2005.
He finishes with a brief promotion of his custom cards depicting himself and Sonichu.
This is a Christian Chandler Sonichu production.
Regrettably, the winning entry did not feature Chris. In response, he vented his frustration at losing on the Adult Swim message board. My entry was very dramatic, and a lot better than that piece of poo, or any of the others that made the top 5 as well. I'm very upset about that. My Quick's Harvey Bird demand spot was the best, and I feel sorry for you, Adult Swim, for not noticing that. You all should take another good look at it, and seriously reconsider.
They all died in the street. I saw it. It was bad. The dogs ate the corpse. The dogs ate the corpse. Oh, God. Oh.
In March, Christian published Sonichu, Issue 0, his first full-length comic. The issue is further divided into episodes, much like...
Wait, which part are you going? Okay, I didn't know you were saying what the fuck to what I said or what the fuck to everything else because yeah, everything that's happening in Christian's life is infinitely more interesting than anything that I'm saying. I understand that. That's why I'm watching it. Christian is infinitely fascinating.
A television show, with a different story in each one. Episode 1 begins in an open television full... In March, Christian published Sonichu, Issue 0, his first full-length comic. The issue is further divided into episodes, much like a television show, with a different story in
You say story, but what have I told you? This all happened.
each one. Episode 1 begins in an open field 5 miles from the city of Station Square, in which a wild Pikachu observes fighting in the distance between Supersonic and the perfect Chaos Monster. Pikachu gets caught in the scuffle and collides...
This all happened, especially this part in the comic. Pikachu got merged with Sonic! It happened!
Gets caught in the scuffle and collides
Why
with
won't you believe me?
Impact, releasing a rainbow, which lands on a girl Raichu 15 miles away, who then transforms into a hedgehog-like creature and calls herself Rosechu.
Rosechu!
Somehow inherited Supersonic's powers in changed form and joins Sonic in the battle, defeating the perfect Chaos.
Probably? I'm having a hard time. Probably with Cran, because it doesn't have the... With how bad they... Sonichu! With how bad they are at drawing, I can't imagine they'd be able to get, like, even coloring with, colored pencils. I fucking took me a long time into high school to figure that fucker out. Colored pencils are dumb. Crayons are better in every way. And also maybe markers too. But they bleed through the page. But, yeah, probably crayon, especially because I would imagine that they're a Crayola person because they made the Sonic medallion out of Crayola Model Magic!
Chaos Monster. He christens himself Sonichu.
This happened in real life too. Christian saw it.
He draws himself having one blue and one green eye, as he had told Anna. His eyes are in fact different colors, but the difference is nowhere near as profound as in his illustrations. He then proceeds to introduce Quickville, and reveals that he is also the mayor of said town. He then goes on to introduce all the main characters of the story, including Mary Lee Walsh. He saves himself for last, and devotes a full page to talk about Christian Weston Chandler. The next episode concerns Sonichu and Rosechu meeting and quickly falling in love, sharing a kiss underneath a spray of fireworks. In episode 3, Sonichu confesses that he has a dislike for pickles, as does Christian in real life. This is followed by the introduction of the evil foe, Natesurk, whose name is simply Christian, backwards. After the battle is won, Mayor Chandler drives off in his car, carrying...
That's a good question. There I want to say in their late 20s at this point. No. No, 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 no. He just got kicked out of college. Or suspended from college. That's who Mary Lee Walsh is, the dean of student activities, I think. Christian birthday 1980. Oh fuck. Okay. Sonic issue 0. Eh, They were 22. Wait, you don't know about Christian? Ah! Dude! Oh, yo, we get to learn about some
Virginia
fun
vanity
things.
plate, Sonichu, identical to drives off in his
What?
car.
What? Does that make it better? Does it make it better than below 23? I feel like past 21, you've kind of like matured about as far. I don't know. They say that puberty doesn't end until like 25, which kind of makes the age consent being 18 weird to me, but whatever. Um, in a lot of places it's 16, but whatever. Culture differences, whatever. Fuck it. But or no, the international average is 16, which is whatever. Whatever. Well, they got suspended from college for
Carrying the Virginia vanity plate.
they got suspended from college for stating basically posting up with a fucking oh, it just gets worse from here, my friend.
Sonichu.
But yeah, they got suspended from uh college for a year for essentially posting up with a sign that said looking for a boyfriend free girl age 18 to 21 uh has to like video games, blah 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 blah, blah. Basically a very very heavily cringely internet autistic personals ad, and basically just like, hey, I want sex from a boyfriend free girl in college, like on college grounds. But yeah, it's all kinds of
To the
crazy.
one on his car. Christian, backwards. After the battle is won, Mayor Chandler drives off in his car, carrying the Virginia vanity plate, Sonichu, identical to the one on his real-life car. It should be noted that Sonichu refers to Chris as his
Oh, well, would you believe me, Kyo, if I told you the cringe only gets further cringe from here?
even though his creation has nothing to do with Christian.
I-
The comic ends with
I originally uh, they have weird I don't know, man. They're like charmingly innocent to a point. The charming innocence gets a little bit more sinister as you learn more about them, but there is a like almost like cute innocence about them. Not saying that Christian is cute in any way, shape, or form, but like the innocence is endearing to an extent. Except a little bit too much childlike innocence from this 20, 30, 40 plus, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. It's, these videos are going to explain it. Wait, so you do know who Christian is? But I learned about Christian from Oni Plays, and hearing about Christian from Oni Plays, I was always like, oh, this is the funniest. Okay, I was like, oh, this is the funniest shit ever. It's so fucking like cringy, blah blah blah. But like listening to this, yeah. Well, that's how I know. That's how it was when I was just hearing about it on Oni Plays. But like the further I got into this, the more I learn about Christian, the more just fucking depressing it gets. Where it's just like I'm just viewing this as like a sad documentary because it is sad. It is sad. Like Christian was so fun and was like so fascinating and such a fun like person to observe, but internet trolls broke his fucking brain. Like they are an absolute shadow of their former self, and it's just sad. Like, they never were going to be normal. Even if they weren't autistic, their parents were never going to allow for that. Their parents are they're weird. There's a reason like they really seem to try with Chris, but there was like 50 years of just not learning, not knowing how, or learning how to not be good parents. That's kind of, it was too little, too late. They tried with Chris. They really fucking tried, but they just didn't know how to parent, and they especially didn't know how to handle an autistic child. I have a high functioning autistic. They're heavily autistic, but regardless, like even if they weren't autistic, there was no being normal with Barb and Bob Chandler as parents. But without the internet trolls, just fucking basically creating a fucking fake reality for them to live in at all times. I don't think they would have broken as much as they did, and it's really sad to see. Like, I really do view this as like a depressing documentary, but it's so fascinating. I can't help myself. I watched through a good chunk of this. I think 2 years ago though, and I had to bow out at like episode 31. But I'll try again. Well, I might just do a bunch of watching this on stream. Yeah, I might just do a bunch of like watching this on stream because I got like three follow. I don't know, man. I I need to revisit like streaming like YouTube videos, like watch-alongs, because fuck, I got like 3 followers in an hour. I didn't think that anyone would have wanted to watch this. I most of my community has come from like me watching or me playing video games and reacting like a goober to video games. I didn't know if there was like an audience for me specifically. I know there's an audience for YouTube watch vlogs, but I didn't know if anyone would be interested in watching me play. But I, I've been getting followers from it, so I don't know. It's maybe more viable than I originally thought, but I don't know. We can see where it goes, definitely.
The sub-episode starring Chris in a story identity plate, Sonichu, identical to the one on his real-life car. It should be noted that Sonichu refers to Chris as his father, even though his creation has nothing to do with Christian. The comic ends with a sub-episode starring Chris in a story based on his run-in with the mall police. However,
I haven't in a while, but I do like seeing reaction videos to Mob Psycho specifically, like the really cool fights and whatnot, and just seeing like people's like first time reactions to just like Mob losing his shit and whatnot. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. No, yeah, it's entirely fair. Yeah.
in this version, he clutches his medallion, says Electric Hedgehog Power, and transforms into Chris Chan
I
Sonichu,
completely
who
understand
largely
that.
looks like a
I
blue-colored
agree.
Sonichu, making him look like the original Sonic the Hedgehog. Meanwhile, the Jerkop equips metal armor. Needless to say, Chris defeats him by cursing him into experiencing horrendous bad luck by using his Curse Kamehameha attack. Towards the end of March, Hannah, who worked at Starbucks in the Fashion Square, approached Christian during his near-daily pacing and asked him out on a date.
I'd be pissed if she made me look like
I
this.
became very excited and oh my god all over. After calling mom and eating me nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace.
I heard that as after calling mom and eating maggots. Afternoon, cat lord, I'm sick. Fair. Oh, let's get more. We're watching Christian. Day 4 of me being awake for 98 hours. The demons are coming. Every time I close my eyes, I see demons.
And spun around with it and eating me nuggets.
They approach faster and faster the more I close my eyes. I have since stopped closing my eyes.
Very excited and
The demons have been defeated. I wanna get defeated!
oh my god all over. After calling mom and eating me nuggets, I
Eating
lifted the chair
mag-
with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer.
WORL acquired!
I went to Starbucks and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed.
I took out my club and smacked her over the head with it and brought her back to my cave.
I gave her my email and both my
Ugh.
phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she gave me her
She
email.
then woke up, kicked me in the deck, and ran away. My balls hurt to this day. Fair. Fair.
My phone Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card, and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave her a double-take flirt. That was the rise, now here comes the fall. As I was sitting at my spot, thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me they went to talk to Hannah. She told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big no. His outburst of negation resulted in Chris getting banned from the mall again.
Actually,
He devoted the
fucking
second
happened.
sub-episode to this misadventure. Not long after, he completed his second Sonichu comic, Sonichu Issue 1. Pokemon's Giovanni teams up with Sonic villain Dr. Robotnik to create their own Sonichu in order to defeat the real thing. Unfortunately, a blunder causes Sonichu's DNA sample to get corrupted with cherry cola, producing an imperfect replica of our hero, called Black Sonichu, also known as Blotchu. Blotchu captures Rosechu, so Sonichu and Sonic team up to rescue her. After combating Blotchu and the new Metal Sonichu,
What did you do to your wrist, you
eventually
silly
saved
bitch?
Rosechu.
I mean, silly
The
boy.
style of the comic became more text-heavy.
What'd you
with
do
some
to your
conversations
wrist?
so
Bad.
convoluted that the still captures Rosechu,
I love
so
you.
Sonichu and
Stop.
Sonic
I
team
hurt
up
your
to
wrist,
rescue
though.
her. After combating Blotchu and the new Metal Sonichu, they eventually save Rosechu. The style of the comic became more text-heavy, with some conversations so convoluted that Chris numbered the lines in the order that they should be read. The following month, Chris's review for Sprung, a dating simulation game for Nintendo DS, was published in Nintendo Power. I originally bought the game because I needed some lessons on what to say to or do for a girl. To make a long story short, I developed a fear that all the pretty girls are already paired up with a boyfriend. I've dubbed this social phobia noiophobia, after the Spanish word for boyfriend. Anyway, before Sprung, I was afraid to approach most women. FYI, I am 22 years old. I tried to silently attract a boyfriend-free girl, mostly with signs, for over 1 year and 4 months. Then Sprung provided me with general things to say.
Oh, yeah. Skyborg was talking about everyone except one of your friends getting hurt roller skating. Stop getting hurt.
So I felt more confident. When I tried my newfound expressions from the dating simulator, I forgot my fear of the infinitely high boyfriend factor, and I met a couple of lady friends with whom I feel more comfortable. So thank you Nintendo and Ubisoft for the dating advice that this frustrated virgin needed. Christian C. On April 13th, a University of Virginia...
Virgin! Yeah. Fuck you, it was funny.
Student wrote a blog post that included her observations of Christian, whom she renamed Sonichu, hanging around
Are you okay,
the
though?
library. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I'm not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics. Harmless, I ask me. Yet I
Wait,
feel
what?
in his chair. So whom she renamed a student, wrote on April 13th. A University of Virginia student wrote a blog post that included her observations of Christian, whom she renamed Sonichu, hanging around the Alderman library. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I'm not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics. Harmless, I ask me. Yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own, surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means. He sits in his chair and draws. 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, text of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist's WORL. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm
Wait,
not sure.
direct text from God? What does she mean by that?
But there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level...
Or is there a famous writer that just used the pseudonym God? What does she mean? Faulkner, God, and what? Or is she talking about the Bible?
Swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure. But there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in, as he slumps lower and lower in his chair.
She's writing this whole condescending text about him, but at the same time she just casually throws in text from God. It's like, excuse you, what?
With each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all.
I feel like she thinks she's Jane Goodall with the chimps. Go fuck yourself.
In early May, Chris released Sonichu Issue 2. This marks a turning point in the comic as the story begins to focus on Christian rather than Sonichu. Episode 7 concerns the Antuant Prophecy. When Sonic explains the mysterious prophecy to Christian, Chris reaffirms that he is the creator and father of Sonichu. They enter the Destiny Cave and unknowingly release an ancient evil power. Chris also meets
I'm glad to hear you're
of
good.
the Cherokee clan, who
I'm
reveals
glad to hear you're
the father
okay.
of Sonichu. They enter the Destiny Cave.
Don't ever get hurt again!
An ancient evil power. Chris also meets an ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, who reveals that Chris is his reincarnation. He is told that he has to unleash ancient powers to defeat the evil by using his Sonichu.
I like how he didn't actually look Native American. Just looks exactly like Chris.
He is told that he has to unleash ancient powers to defeat the evil by using his Sonichu medallion to transform into Chris Chan's Sonichu. The story ends in a cliffhanger, with Sarah Hammer and Wes Isley getting possessed by mysterious forces. Between episodes 7 and 8, Chris inserts an advertisement for Axe body spray, in which, ignorant of the societal norms of hygiene, unknowingly confesses that he believes that bathing makes people smell exceptionally nice, to the point that people would compliment you, and that using Axe body spray is just as effective as bathing. Episode 8 continues with Wes meeting his past self, who is a member of the Wasabi clan, and turns into Wesley Sonichu and vows to kill Chris. Sarah also sees a vision and meets the queen of the Cherokee clan and transforms into Sarama Rosechu. Meanwhile, Chris Chan Sonichu accidentally transforms back into his human self, leaving him vulnerable to attack from Wesley Sonichu, who turns himself into a ball and goes for a flying attack, prompting an exchange from the protagonists. What the? Sonichu, run! You don't have to do it twice, but during the Stone Age. Chris figures out that his attacker is Wes Isley and confesses how jealous he is of him for being with Sarah, who is eavesdropping nearby. Wesley reveals that he only wants to steal the Cherokean crown. Chris changes into Chris Chan and fights Wesley Sonichu, who eventually knocks Chris out and steals the crown, which inexplicably just came into being. Before Wesley can finish him off, Sarama intervenes and fires a lightning bolt arrow at Wesley, pinning him to an unsacred tree. In the final episode, Sarah breaks up with Wes, who cries out no while shrugging. They learned that Quickville, which is a vibrant with happy people, cool chicks, business, and a frustrated male, is under attack from a giant stone golem, which is under the control of Mary Lee Walsh and a mysterious talking orb. So Chris Chan, Sarama, and Wesley fly over there to fight them. The orb reveals itself as the ancient evil and announces that he is Count Graduan, who is a personification symbolizing the pain and sadness of Christian graduating from high school. The three heroes beat them off for a little while, but Walsh and Graduan escape, vowing to fight another day. In the epilogue, Christian and Sarah chat on the couch, and unfortunately for Chris, she reveals that she has found herself another boyfriend named William, and thanks Chris for being a great friend. Christian dedicates an entire page to Sarah Hammer, his lifelong friend, and offers some highlights of their time together. Currently, I don't get to see he as much as I did, because she found herself a boyfriend while I was in Richmond. But I often wonder how she is, and if she is happy with him. I share my troubles with her in my illustrations, letters, and over the phone. I always appreciate the little moments I have with her. The final page is a call to action for all Sonichu fans, in which Chris expresses his wish to have Sonichu produced into a bona fide franchise by Nintendo America. The comic concludes with Sub-Episode 3, which is a dramatic reimagining of Chris's conflict with Mary Lee Walsh, who is the head of the private villa of corrupted citizens, the base of operations for the villains in the Sonichu universe.
What the fuck is going on with her mouth?
Which is derived from the acronym of Piedmont Virginia Community College. With Sonichu Issue 2, Christian comes closer to blurring the line between real life and his comic book world, creating his own reality. In Sonichu's news,
I'm sure that
issue
won't come
9,
back.
Chris announced that he will attend the Anime Mid-Atlantic Convention in Richmond, Virginia on all 3 days. Since he has put himself into Sonichu's world, he will cosplay as himself. Talk about self-respect, huh? Also, he will be watching some of the good anime, getting some souvenirs, participating in some of the events, and just having a good time. Also, he will have some printed copies of Sonichu Premiere Issue 0 on hand. But if you want a collectible copy, you will have to find him and ask for one. He stayed 2 nights alone in a hotel room, and during the convention, he handed out copies of Sonichu Issue 0 to unsuspecting attendees. On June 22nd, Christian recounted the events of the past 2 days. I had
If
my
only
son
they
at
knew.
McDonald's at Walmart, and apparently complaints were made. The 2 managerks, or manager jerks, a Saynor comic, and a black fat jerk. He looked a lot like the leader of the jerk cops at the mall, whom I refer to now as the jerk chief, approached me and took me for a fall with my trying to find a boyfriend-free girl, like I have been doing for the past over 1 year and 10 months. We argued and disputed until the 2 of them left to call the police. While they were gone, I had taken off the sign from my Nintendo DS and hidden it on the back cover of my diary. When the jerk cops came, they were all like, "What seems to be the problem?" And the married Saynor comic was like, "Where's the sign?" And I was, "What sign?" And another argument was had between the 4 of us, in which I never gave any of those jerks eye contact, because none of them deserved it. So, I got kicked out from the McDonald's, not the Walmart, for the rest of the day. Now for what happened today. I was starting to set up my things, and the B manager was getting in my face. I feel that he really hates me. And he was like, "Don't set up your stuff. Don't push me." I was not going to use the Nintendo DS sign today anyway, but he did not want my pixel block sculptures at all. I stood up against that managerk. I continued to build, and I dictated my situation into his face with a song and dance. He went up to the Walmart managerk, and he was like, "Hey, let's talk." But I sat silent for a minute. Then I said to him, "I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they all have taken all the pretty girls, leaving me with none." Verbal combat had started, and during the fight, I ran off, still giving verbal punishment, as well as the finger, and many curse-ye-ha-me-ha's. I nearly backed up onto him with my car, and I gave him another finger. Then I dashed off. Now, I feel sad, because I've nowhere else to go to attract a boyfriend-free girl. And I feel very furious with those managerks and all men other than myself and my father. Chris began believing that there was a conspiracy involving all the men in his town. They all are against me in finding a girlfriend of my own, but I will not give up on my long
they're
and
clearly
tedious
already
quest.
batshit.
I'll find a new attraction spot, somewhere in Charlottesville,
That much
Virginia.
is clear. Like, it is completely clear that they're already batshit. But they weren't as batshit as they are now.
Non-alcoholic white girl out there somewhere.
Their brain just kept
Chris
breaking.
dramatized this entire ordeal in sub-episodes 4 and 5.
Maybe it's a
His
degenerative
agitation
thing, I don't know.
featured the manifestation of
But
his
I
dream
really
sister,
do think
Crystal, his twin
that...
sister.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is up
A
there?
mere month later, he caused more
Sorry,
trouble, but this time at Target, where he sat waiting to encounter a boyfriend-free girl for hours.
I really do think that the trolls just completely destroyed their brain. Her brain, whatever.
And from out of the blue, these two
I really
managers
don't
asked
know,
me to
like,
leave
what to
because they
call
said I was loitering.
without a
I was
pronoun
not. I was there
Chris.
hoping to find an 18 to 23-year-old
Because they've openly admitted that their
Then,
transgenderness
from out of the blue,
is just a
after
ploy to
having
get with
off, they
lesbians.
came back with 2 jerk-cops. I was slightly intimidated, but mostly annoyed and ready to strike back on them. They asked
But
me to
at the
leave,
same
and I wouldn't
time, it
return.
almost kind
I
of
did
feels
not want
like
to leave. I would have
that's
left
just an
peacefully. In
excuse.
fact, I was ready to go. I had a
Like,
prepared speech to say to them stupid jerk-offs. And during the middle of my
are,
speech,
like,
they chased me, pulled
they
my pants,
do
and
actually
pinned me to the
struggle
5
with,
jerk-cops
like,
dog-piled
gender
on me
identity
as I
issues,
struggled to get free.
but
1,000 pounds of
felt that it was, like,
sausages on my
more
180-pound
acceptable. Be
body
like, no, I'm not
seriously got
actually
cut off
trans.
before
I'm
my
just doing
breathing
this to
flowed.
get with girls.
They handcuffed my wrists and legs, and they hog-tied me. Not
I
only
don't
did I
know.
feel humiliated from being the victim, but I was angry at them.
The whole
Not only for
situation is
handcuffing me,
fucking
but
weird,
once
man.
again thwarting my efforts in trying to find a boyfriend-free girl. They drove me to the county jail, but fortunately, they did not keep me there. I was released to my family. Chris was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. It was terrible, but my mother and I are going to get back at them in court. In fact, I learned that the jerk cop who arrested me was called Baggett. That was the only thing about the situation that was hilarious. Replace the B with an F, and you can see how funny it was. However, after attending 2 court
Oh, so it
hearings,
was
the charges were
before.
dropped. This event was recreated in Sonichu's sub-episodes 7 and 8, but in Chris's reality, he endured much greater torment and came out victorious in the end. Less than a week later, Chris had another run-in with the law. This time, a minor fender bender when he rear-ended the car in front of him.
Hi,
He was
kitty.
fined $30 and also paid $56 in court costs. In August, Christian returned to PVCC after the end of his 1-year suspension. It was around this time that Anna announced that she was moving to Utah. Her announcement also somewhat coincided with her 20th birthday, so Christian and her friends organized a birthday/farewell party for her,
You can't.
with Chris
What are you
claiming
doing?
that he picked out and bought the cake himself. Throughout August and September, Chris engaged in back-and-forth conversations via MySpace with 2 female students, Jelena and Lindsay, but despite all his efforts to meet with them, it ultimately came to nothing. In September, Chris finished Sonichu Issue 4, which was merely a compilation of sub-episodes 1
What are
through
you
8.
doing?
He claimed that his mother didn't want him making any
Oh,
more stories
you
concerning
good
his own
boy.
life,
Oh, you.
so he obeyed and stopped making sub-episodes. In October, a user
Sorry,
on
I'm
the Sega forum began
petting
a
the kitty
discussion
cat.
thread
He's
about
a good
Sonichu,
boy.
in which members discussed
I was
the
playing
content
on my
of
phone
Christian's
and watch.
personal
I've
antics.
been playing a
This
fucking
was
game
the
while
first
watching this.
documented online discussion concerning Christian,
But
the original
cat
Sega
got on
forum
my
hosting
chest
site
and
has
just
since
like
been
looked
shut
me in the
down.
eye and
There
like,
is no
I
more
want your
archive of the
attention.
discussion
And I was
chain.
like, fine. I sent
In
it down and
November,
now
Shoujo Beat, a manga anthology magazine, published Chris's letter which vaguely concerned the manga Absolute Boyfriend. Riko Izawa in Absolute Boyfriend sort of has the same problem I do. She can't get a guy, and I can't get a girl. Here's my sitch. All the pretty girls are already
They
paired
keep
up with some
getting
guy,
publishing
leaving
these.
me with none to choose from. Also, nobody can tell, off the bat, a paired up from a boyfriend-free girl. At first, it's equally hard for Riko to find a girlfriend-free boy, but then she's granted this wish, where she gets a girlfriend-free boy, although he is a robot, delivered to her doorstep. Lucky girl. I'm 23 years old. One would think I'd have gotten a girlfriend by now, but no, I haven't. I'm stuck in the situation where if my parents should pass away, I will be a very lonely virgin. Some months later, a fellow reader sent in a reply to Chris. Why is he only looking for pretty girls? There are plenty of girls who are not supermodel gorgeous whom he could date. It's not the outside of the package that counts, but the inside. A girl can be pretty on the outside, but might be mean or self-centered or have other problems, whereas another girl could be plain or even ugly on the outside, but quite a beautiful, kind, intelligent person on the inside. If more guys would think about what qualities they look for in a girl and make sure those qualities don't just focus on her outer appearance, they might just find a girl to go out with. Otherwise, many girls will think, why bother? He'll just leave me for the next pretty girl he sees.
It almost feels like
Agreed with her sentiment.
it almost like the writing is. Maybe it's just because it's Gino Samuel reading, and I just like internalize that as hearing about Chris, but it almost feels like they're like the mirror image version of Chris, like how they're writing, but they're like how Chris is like the evil twin and they're the good twin. Like, yeah, and like, oh man, it's fucking weird, man.
As is documented in their emails. She declined giving out her phone number, and later in the same email, also declined his invitation to go out to a restaurant. In an email from December, she stated that she did not appreciate Christian trying to kiss her, and admitted that she's not interested in a relationship, but insisted they can remain as friends. She also confessed to accidentally discovering that he bought Megan a Nintendo DS, even though she had recently just gotten one herself. Through Megan, Chris was introduced to My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, with Megan providing him with some of her own fan art. He also began making his own custom My Little Pony figures.
Oh God!
That he made using his own hair. As an adult male fanatic of My Little Pony, he preceded the so-called brony culture, which would only begin to blossom around 5 years later. Megan also requested him to bid on a collection of World War II photos on eBay, of which Chris was the winning bidder. In 2006, Christian's online spending habits intensified, with Chris purchasing My Little Pony and Sailor Moon figures.
I feel like this is why people were getting mad at. I couldn't find fucking anything when I tried looking. I think that's like people felt like she was gold digging, but I don't know.
Pornography and sex toys, among other things. In February of 2006, Christian finished.
What the fuck did you do? Are you kidding?
And ejected from the rainbow, which took years. Online spending habits intensified, with Chris purchasing My Little Pony and Sailor Moon figures, pornography, and sex toys, among other things. In February of 2006, Christian finished drawing Sonichu Issue 3, which took 7 months to complete. The comic begins with the origin stories of each member of the Chaotic Combo, whose eggs were created in and ejected from the rainbow as seen in Episode 1. The green egg lands in the jungle. The electric hedgehog Pokemon that came out of it grows up to become Wild Sonichu. The blue egg lands in the ocean and is rescued by the Pokemon Swampert, which takes it to the beach just in time for it to hatch and become Bubbles Rosechew. The white egg lands in front of a church, and out of it hatches Angelica Rosechew, who is raised by nuns. Mystifyingly, after she evolves into her final form overnight, Christian is outside her window, bringing her a scrunchie and a pair of shoes as a gift. The red egg crashes into Nabe's Dojoshin and hatches. For some reason, Nabe is compelled to rip off the Sunny's tail, causing him to instantly evolve into Punchy Sonichu. The purple egg hatches in a cave, and the purple Sunny starts to telepathically communicate with the Pokemon Mewtwo, who decides to mentor it. For months, this mysterious mentor taught the Sunny how to hone his pores, lift objects mentally and physically, and what the outside world was like. Until one day, during meditation, the Sunny suddenly evolves into Magichain Sonichu. He then farts. The episode ends with a final bulletin which would have been more suitable for a televisual feast rather than a comic book. Stay tuned for when these hedgehogs meet. In the next episode, Blotchu steals a Master Sunstone and through a couple of errors is met with 4 of the chaotic combo. Eventually, the 5-member troupe teams up with Sonichu and they take down Blotchu.
Yes!
Accompanied by a tweet tweet sound effect, commonplace in cartoons. The comic closes with a fake ad for a call service that would send one of the 2 single men in the world a beautiful girlfriend or a monkey. In May 2006, Christian attained a CAD degree after 5 years of study, even though it should have only taken 2. For the graduation ceremony, he decided to wear the robe from his high school graduation instead. Now that Christian received this qualification, this made him more likely to get a job and advance his life towards building up a career, doing what he loved, and possibly even realizing his wish for the Sonichu franchise to become a dignified reality.
College degree acquired. The right moment. Baby boy, baby boy.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Christian.
Sonichu. Christian Sonichu. Do good. You will do well to remember their full name.
With Sonichu Issue 5, the story strays further and further away from the Sonichu storyline and makes Christian the main character, with the plot of the comic closely mirroring his own life. The comic begins with Sarah's wedding, with Chris attending in spirit, possibly alluding that he didn't attend her actual wedding. The episode...
No, he just died before it happened. He's just attending an actual spirit.
Also introduces 2 new characters, Megadula Skunk, based on a character created by Megan, and Sailor Mechtoon, indisputably symbolizing Megan herself. He briefly fights off Wes Isley, and at the end of the episode, Sarah thanks him for all the childhood years they spent together and wishes him good luck on his advances towards Megan. Sarah throws her bouquet at him, and he catches it, believing this meant his own wedding would come shortly. Christian uses his comic to depict his inner monologue and fantasies to the world. I love Megan, yet she's not ready to return or seek it. I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but speech speaks louder than typed words. The artwork also changes to an unmistakably anime and manga style, perhaps in an effort to appeal to Megan even more. In the following episode, Christian has a lengthy discussion with Sonichu about his optimistic hope that he and Megan will get together, despite him admitting a few pages ago that she was not responsive to his advances. He acknowledges that he is so optimistic that he even stopped using his attraction sign. They're interrupted by the announcement that Mary Lee Walsh and the Jerkops are invading Quickville, so Chris teams up with Megan, Crystal, and the Chaotic Combo. During the climax, Crystal gets trapped in the dark mirror, and Christian comforts a tearful Megan who thought that she had lost Chris for good. His obsession with Megan is made crystal clear, and is further confirmed by the emails she sent to him. I know you know that I hate guys and I hate love, 'cause I told you a million times. So why do you keep getting too close and touching me? I really don't like it at all. I know you said because you have feelings for me and it's hard for you, but I'm sorry, this sounds mean. You really need to try and get over it.
She's being so fucking nice. Like, you can't give Chris that inch. Like, I feel so fucking bad for her. She's trying so hard to be an understanding person and just be a friend to him. He doesn't understand boundaries.
If you keep hanging on like that to someone who doesn't love you back, well, it'll only make you more miserable. You need to just accept the fact that I don't and will probably never love
No,
you.
you don't say
So
probably
you should
that.
just
You will
take a
never say we'll
rejuvenating
never
breath
will
and move on. Advice to which Chris refused to listen, as is evident in an email written just a month later. I'm just a little mad that I have to keep telling you to please stop touching me. It's like you're not wanting to listen to me. I tell you, then you say okay, but eventually you're back to the same tricks, and this time I really mean it. Even my other friends don't like it and think it's weird. So once and for all, could you please stop? You know I don't like it, so why do you keep doing it? It's not like you're gonna try and soften me or something. So, I don't want to have to tell you again, or I might get really angry. Cause you know, unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly. Chris's not so subtle attempts at getting her attention did not go unnoticed. Sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you, like Sailor Moon for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. I don't like it much when people get into something right after they find out I liked it first. When you said we had a lot in common, like Sailor Moon and My Little Pony, well, who loved Sailor Moon first? Who collected My Little Pony first? Okay, I know I sound like a spoiled brat, but can you see what I'm trying to say? I don't like being too in common with others.
She's being so fucking reasonable here, and Chris just isn't fucking getting it, and I feel so bad for her.
I try to be as different from others as possible. On June 27th, 2006, Patty Chandler was put to sleep. A day later, at a special service, Christian read out the eulogy, which he wrote himself. My family, furry friends, anyone else present, we are gathered here today to pay our last respects and wishes to our dearly beloved Beagle Spitz, Patty, who has departed from our world here on Earth to a doggy heaven where she will be happier because she will run free and play with all the other dogs who are already having fun up there. I will always remember Patty for all the lovely memories she had shared with me from when I picked her out of the litter at my Aunt Karina's house in Red Oak, Virginia, the time I watched my old best friend, Sarah Hammer, take Patty by her front paws and danced a bit, the times I've watched her stand on her hind legs and then rewarded her with a biscuit bone, the times I've just sat with her in the yard and petted her head. I've always given her a bally scratch, where I stroke her head with all 5 fingers, like as if I was gently squeezing a rubber ball. The many times I've fed her a can of food and a cup full of dry food, and refilled her bucket with fresh water so she can drink it and wash her face. When Patty was brought to the vet on that fateful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments, with a hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing that one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, "We love you, Patty." After that, I gave her my final pets: hug, hand-to-paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek-to-fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty. I love you." As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last barks, saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you." But we all must move on with our lives, with our beloved Lucky Mutt in our hearts and in our memories. So, Patty, may your old doghouse and surrounding flowers forever memorialize your blessed heart, your barks at the stars and strangers, and your loyal love that you have blessed upon me and my family and friends. Bark
I've
on,
watched too many
and
pet
rest in
fans. This is
peace,
really fucking hitting
our
me.
beloved Lucky Patty.
What would you do for a PS3 and a chance to be on Robot Chicken?
In November, Adult Swim held another contest, this time encouraging viewers to submit a video wherein they would say what they would do for a PlayStation 3. Christian's video featured the appearance of his own makeshift PS3, which was in fact a PS2 encased in a mix of Lego and pixel block pieces.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. What would you do for a PS3? What I would do for a PS3? I tell you what I do. Well, if I had the money, I'd wait in line, like all the other people did with their tents and all that good stuff. I'd throw away the cure for autism if I had it, because I want to get rid of that doggone lifelong curse that I've had. And, oh yeah, I would trade in my PS2 for another thing. Or, otherwise, I'd make one from wood if it was hard enough. But you know what I did? I did it. I made one from Legos and pixel blocks. And believe it or not, I actually play Guitar Hero on this thing. Thunder Horse!
In the beginning of 2007, Christian started working on a DVD called Yep, I'm on TV, which would become a collection of all his TV appearances and his homemade videos, in addition to a slideshow of his pictures up to 2007. He planned to make and release it to only a small selection of people, including Mrs. Sanford, with whom he got in touch via email. You may be able to help me in a portion of it now. There will be a slideshow projected from my PlayStation Portable, featuring not only pics of me growing up, but the friends, teachers, and relatives I've known and remembered, either from heart, like yourself, as well as yearbook signatures. As for what had happened during PBCC, in a nutshell, about midsummer 2003, I've realized upon revelation that I needed a girlfriend to make into a sweetheart from the ground up. So, with a sign, which I've later realized that it made me look slow-minded, the R word, I've started my enduring love quest. The Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, came out and tore my sign up right in front of me.
I was right, Dean
Said,
of Student
"You're not gonna
Services.
get a girlfriend this way or anyway." That shattered my heart and murdered my soul. And it wasn't just her. The policemen and posters in brown, white, and red, aka the jerk cops, blue and black are the true police soldiers, also seriously indented the impression that vagina is for virgins, not lovers. He talked about his high hopes for a future with Megan and ensured his former teacher that she would receive a copy of the DVD. 3 days before his birthday, he completed Sonichu Issue 6. The first story, titled Episode 12.5, is strikingly distinct from all the episodes thus far, which stars his recently deceased dog, Patty. The story opens with a creative blend of photographic backgrounds and a hand-drawn Patty who wishes she could speak so she could thank Christian for all he has done for her. The next morning, Christian walks outside to feed her, only to discover his dog has transformed into an anthropomorphic dog-like creature who can talk. They spend some leisurely time together, and she tells Chris that she wishes to roam free outside her pen. Chris leads her indoors and shows her his room, which Patty calls crowded, and suggests that if he got a girlfriend, she would help him tidy up. Using a Nintendo DS, Chris reveals a portal which opens up to Quickville and declares the town Patty's new roaming grounds, where she can finally explore with freedom. The final page of the story is a simple full-page tribute to Patty Chandler. The next episode resumes where the last comic left off. As Chris and the gang debate the best way to rescue Crystal, they come to the conclusion that they need to acquire the 7 Sonichu balls to save her. They discover an evil green Sonichu, who then envelops Chris in a dark dimension in which he announces himself as the Sonichu form of Natesurk, who then reveals his true form and declares that he is, in fact, Reldnag Natsu Natesurk. As the name implies, he is completely the opposite of Christian, with his semi-bare chest symbolizing his raging homosexuality, which horrifies and offends Chris. Meanwhile, Black Sonichu announces that he has turned his back on Natesurk, and now he is on friendly terms with Chris's friends, and has also all of a sudden developed a romantic interest in Bubbles. Chris and Natesurk transform into their Sonichu forms and battle, until Chris Chan somehow ends up back in Manchester High School. Just as Natesurk is about to deal the final blow, a phantom basketball knocks him unconscious. Chris is woken up by Megan, who tells him that Natesurk fell into a coma after hitting his head on the bleachers and is currently in the hospital. Bionic the Hedgehog reveals himself as the one who wielded the basketball at Natesurk's head. They reminisce about old times and how Chris hasn't drawn Bionic since 2004. Chris laments that he is 25 years old, having never even had a date. The dialogue suddenly becomes a promo for his up-and-coming Yup, I'm on TV DVD, which would not be available for purchase. The scene cuts to 10 weeks later, when Natsirk awakens from his coma with a fiery urge to murder Bionic the Hedgehog.
Kill him!
On February 24th, 2007, Christian celebrated his very special 25th birthday. He held the joint birthday and DVD launch party at what appeared to be the game place. To mark this special occasion and to instill his wisdom unto others, he recorded his important message video,
After
in which he
Christian, I
reflects
most
on all he
like.
has learned over the course of his life.
That's the
He
prime
wished for it to
Christian.
become an educational video shown in schools, but this goal has yet to be accomplished.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there. This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date, February 24th, 2007.
You fucking laugh.
My
I'm
birthday,
here.
my 25th
And you're there.
birthday. I am high-functioning autistic, and in my 25 years, I have seen and learned so much. And today, I intend to share some wise words that I hope each and every one of you will take to heart and allow for yourself and everyone else a bright future.
He encourages his audience not to take up dirty habits like drinking or smoking.
You should avoid
Or
alcohol,
homosexuality.
smoking, drinking alcohol, and intaking similar icky, dangerous stuff. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be more likely to get heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing other than killing you slowly. If I could,
There is
take every
a
last ounce of tobacco, put 'em on a rocket,
good
and shoot 'em
timeline
up to
out
the moon.
there where the Roland
He
and
encourages
Trolling
boys
video
to
really
ride
was
a
the
My
end
Little
of
Pony
it,
figure
and it
to get
was
accustomed
all
to the
just a
female
massive
form and
troll.
pretend to treat it like the girl they like.
If you're a young gentleman, I recommend buying yourself a My Little Pony figure of your favorite color or whatever. Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic.
You can't even imagine if you're stroking the hair of a girl. And then you snap its neck because it won't give at you. And you say, oh dear, that is the 24th pony that I've lost today. So you have to go out and get another pony. You snap that one's neck too. Because just imagine all the girls that don't want to go with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just imagine all the girls that don't want to get with you. And then you get angry. Fuck. It's like, oops, I have to get another pony. I have to get another pony. And you snap that one's neck too. You got through 50 ponies there. Soon, it will be able to act as upon actual girls. It will be able to stop you. With all those big muscles you got you're working towards. There, once I have muscles, no one can stop me. Fuck. Oh my gosh, the liquid crust stuff is so good. Yeah, snap another head. Snap another head. Snap another head. And then you get down from there. You get down from there. Yeah, you get down from there. Yeah, snap another pony's head. And oops! That was actually your gal mouse neck. Was. See, it does. That was an actual human woman neck. That's okay. She was useless anyway, because she had a boyfriend. So you throw her on the pile too. You're not gonna tell mom and dad about that one. Yeah, get rid of that one. So anyway, boys and girls out there, this is the part of the video where we get out the sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid can be very useful to the residents of Quickville in the following ways. You make that bitch disappear. Make that bitch disappear. She was gonna tell him anyway. She wasn't gonna get rid of her boyfriend anyway, so then you just had to kill her. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. I had to kill her. So, the sulfuric acid. You gotta get plastic that's stamped with an LDPE. That plastic won't melt with sulfuric acid. So when you make something that looks like, I don't know, spaghetti sauce and water. After the chemical compound is done dissolving through that boyfriend bitch's face. Holy fuck! I love laughing at the darkest shit. Oh gosh. This is the kind of stuff like, I'm trying not to say at all times, and fuck it, I'm tired, I don't care. You burn through it, you burn through it. So you don't have to stroke your pony's hair. Girl. There's another boyfriended girl, and she goes, Chris, what are you doing? And she starts yelling, say, I have a snapper, and that girl should tell on you. Oh, we don't live in the worst timeline, though, because this is what could have happened. She starts yelling, look at my hair, say, I have a snapper neck, so make that bitch be quiet. Imagining it with the voice. Like, obviously, it's fucking horrible. But with the Christian voice, it's made darkly comedic. Make her be quiet. So we gotta get back out our trusty friend, sulfuric acid. Some fun fact for all of you Christianites out there, sulfuric acid is what goes on in your belly. So we're using belly acid, essentially, to burn that little bitch's face. I kind of hope that Chris isn't working right now, because I'm gonna disturb people. Yeah, burn. So after you've dissolved her, you don't access stroking your My Pony. Except, oops, it's another girl, so you gotta throw her the sulfuric acid. I'm starting to see a running pattern, but these girls all had boyfriends, so they were worthless to me. They're pointless. They already got boyfriends, so what is the use of them? Quite a pile on her hands at this point. And I have drugs for sulfuric acid and the peach juice. This is somehow Mary Lee Walsh's fault, so we need to go take a drive over to the University of what was UVCC? Oh, University of Virginia Community College. we need to take a trip to Mary Lee Walsh. She's gonna pay for shooting me and my boyfriend figure out. She was mean to me, so we have to kill her. You remember what to do with the sulfuric acid, right? I want to have you help, so don't you? Oh, boy, Dad! Okay, you can help. I love to help you, Father. Shut up, I'm the star. You're a bit player in this Sonichu comic. Okay, Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm telling you to shut up right now. You're gonna die if you keep talking to me like this. I'm sorry, Daddy. Ah. Sancho. This bitch is learning. She's gonna learn. So you don't mess with Christian. I'm trying to Alright, let me go back. Oops, you snapped another My Little Pony's head off. That's okay. You got your tugboat. You got your monthly disability tugboat coming in. Is it? Is the fucking snow coming through my window? Yeah, that's snow. What the fuck? Is there? Oh, there's gotta be a crack in between the window panes. Ah, and it's a fucking blizzard out there. Oh fuck! Cat, what?
That girl you want to and
You
also
got
rub it
food.
against your cheek, paint color or whatever. Now, stroking the hair of said pony is very relaxing and therapeutic.
You're rubbing against your cheek. And you think it might be a girl, so sit on his neck.
And
Oh,
also,
sorry, stop a little bit there.
is that girl you
I got so many bitches coming around. I wasn't even expecting you. I'm sorry.
and talk to the pony like you would talk to the girl.
And he recommends that girls get Transformers.
Now, for the ladies, I recommend a good old Autobot from Transformers. Because you get to learn how to examine the mechanics.
I'm mad at me. Look at my. I'm modding my Transformer to have the male anatomy.
Like you would learn how a man works, and it'll allow you to feel more comfortable in approaching and talking to that boy you've been flirting from a distance, or just been.
Is that boy been flirting with from a distance, possibly named Christian
And
Sancho?
hopefully, all you have to do is just end up and say hello. I mean, it's not so hard. All you have to do is say hello to the man, ladies. That's all.
Let's say hello, and then rub your My Little Pony against your cheek to let
He
them know that
encourages
you're
girls to be more open to having a relationship with less attractive males, and states the importance of staying with your first mate, neglecting that both of his parents were married before. He finally stresses the point
and
that it
also
is crucial
neglecting the
that boys
fact that
and
he's
girls
been
stay
talking about
straight.
wanting a supermodel
Keep in mind
in
what your
pirate
true
time.
original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady.
From a distance, throwing your red ribbon of destiny at her.
Each and every one
Put there
of you
fiddler around the
play
potty
straight.
foot.
You know, girl for boy,
Start
boy for girl.
squawking. You
Everything else
sometimes
is
do.
as said by Dr. Kinsey. And besides, if you stray away from the straight path, it can really jeopardize the entire future of the world and the human race.
This video will become the final addition to his DVD.
I am Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Leave long
Race his mind to control. If you stray away from the game path, well, you might have to do something that there.
Peace is never fight. Compliments will get you fuzzy wuzzies. War gets you prickly wicklies. As well as punches, they get you those too.
I'll punch you if you try to go to war with me.
And have a wonderful day.
In March, Chris reignited communications via email with his half-brother, Cole Smithy, who had made a career for himself as a film critic. This renewed interest was most likely in order to acquire his address so he could send his DVD to his brother. I've talked to Mom, and I quote her when she said, "I do not regret giving life to Cole. We've had a bunch of good years up till the madness, and all things considered, I still love Cole very much like any other mother would for her son. She really does." Cole's response was brutally cold and honest. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather, Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gambit, from bare-assed beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios, acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia, was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew that they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. He continued to elaborate on his feelings towards Bob. The crux of my problem with Barbara comes from two sources. The first is Bob's bitter influence on her, which worked to separate our relationship just as Bob did with his own children, with whom he has no association. In nearly 44 years of life, I've never met a meaner or more reprehensible Republican cur than Bob Chandler. I hope that you will email me when he dies so that I can celebrate. Our mutual hatred has never been a secret, and it points out Barbara's proclivity to isolate herself via scurrilous mates. The second and more compelling issue that permanently ruined my relationship with Barbara is the litany of lies she tells anyone who will listen about the identity of my biological father and about her marriage history. He revealed that he employed a private investigator to track down his biological father, who was most likely a man named Rand Coleman Yates, to whom Barbara was married. Go ahead and send your DVD to my address listed below. You and I may be related, but our mother only loves you. As the months progressed, Chris and Megan's strained relationship carried on. She told him that she did not appreciate him depicting her original female characters with breasts, and once more ordered Christian to stop touching her. In May, Chris created a YouTube account.
Yeah, that's like... I do not regret giving birth to Cole is such a cold fucking sentence. Like, it said, oh my gosh, dude, like, it says everything right there.
A fight on the game Soul Calibur of Chris versus Mary Lee Walsh.
Why is it fucking Harry Potter?
In June, Megan left for Kentucky, with Chris emailing her frequently, updating her with his activities at the game place and saying how much he missed her. He also mentioned attending an upcoming rummage sale in town, which ended up being reported on in the Daily Progress, with Barbara and Christian receiving an honorary mention. Right behind Ross, Christian and Barbara Chandler were waiting to shop. Christian wanted toys and video games, while his mother wanted to look for fabric. In the meantime, Sony held...
From that, you could just, like... You would probably surmise that Chris was... like, 10? Not that there's anything wrong, I guess, with... I don't know, man. With... I don't know. I feel like any comment that I say from this point forth would be, like, could easily be taken as incredibly mean to people in a way that's not intended, so I'm just gonna shut my mouth on this.
The Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown contest to promote the Parappa the Rapper video game, which required contestants to submit a video of themselves performing a song from the game. However, they were limited to only using their own voices, with the use of backing tracks resulting in an immediate disqualification. The winner would get 2 PSPs and an all-expense trip to Seattle's Penny Arcade Expo. Chris was convinced that if he were to win the competition, he could give one of the PSPs to Megan and then invite her along to Seattle so she could fall in love with him and finally take his virginity.
AP Station, my name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP, I like to rap, I play with the rapper, I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion, which I got from a demo I bought from my friend Megan.
Chris's video was far from polished, with rehearsal probably kept at a minimum.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to let test me, I'm sure you'll find that you all things that I teach you sure to beat ya.
He inserts various seemingly random video effects, which were at his disposal via the camera he used to film the video, the PlayStation Eye.
Duck and turn, duck and turn. We're gonna jump and pose, jump, pose. Come on now, why don't you follow my word? Cause it's almost done, it'll make things worse. Do rock on, yo. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Rap, rap, rap. That's a rap.
The following month, Christian found out that his entry made it into the top 10 and was now eligible to the public vote, ultimately due to the low number of total entries. He announced his elation online and urged everyone to vote for him on all his websites and social media. He also emailed several people asking for their vote. This included some unlikely candidates, such as his former guidance counselor from PVCC, Susan Hannafin, and his brother. After some deliberation, Cole agreed to vote for Chris, only after Chris asked their mother about who Cole's real father was. Chris promptly replied that he asked her and claimed that his father was Jack Dale Smithy, which Cole knew to be untrue. Understandably unsatisfied and upset, he continued to email Chris about how Barbara enveloped his life in lies, closing with an earnest wish to be informed of Bob's eventual passing. Chris intensified his campaign by handing out flyers at the game place, urging fellow visitors to vote. He even resorted to voting for his own video by making fake accounts, and gave himself a glowing review. From Quick Sonichu, Video Lucky 7. Such honesty of his situation and devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotions to his performance. The visually appealing effects added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background of his assumed-to-be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3 was truly a wise and great addition. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As this brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a rap. Truly the cherry on the top of the sundae. A perfect score of 5 out of 5 stars for his marvelous effort, and smiling at knowing he looked a bit stupid. Voting was closed at the end of July. The polls are closed, and I am anxious to find out if I'm number 1 of the Rappas or not. I really want that trip to Seattle so I can be with my sweet Megan longer than usual and have fun together. I love her so much. On August 3rd, it was announced that the winner of the Chop Chop Master Onions Rap Showdown was Adam Stackhouse.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Chris immediately wrote a strongly capitalized email to Sony demanding they reconsider. I really wanted that trip so I could have a chance to impress my sweetest Megan and possibly fulfill my dream of getting married and soon have a daughter named Crystal. Yet now I, a frustrated high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin, have been balls broken like I have through a big chunk of my life in America's favorite
That's what
game.
I fucking asked him. Like, what the fuck? I know Chris. I know of Chris. I know of their mannerisms, but it still boggles my mind that this is their please reconsider. Like, that's their please reconsider my email. Screaming at them.
Kick the autistic. Sigh. I had my fantasies of having fun with Megan, taking her to really extravagant destinations. I am not rich. Taking a long-wanted tour of the Nintendo of America company tour with her, playing Guitar Hero against the guy in the Parappa costume, jamming with Megan in the hotel room, and possibly our first time in bed. Sigh. Life can be so unfair and f***ing corrupt, but I digress. Take the a cappella rule to the max on those 3 out of 10 videos. Take care, Christian Weston Chandler. He argued that the winning entry used a backing track and had to be disqualified. However, since the backing music was actually sung in a cappella, the entry was deemed suitable. Chris seemingly ignored the rule that contestants could not rewrite the lyrics, which Chris obviously did, thusly disqualifying himself. He directed his anger towards Stackhouse in his blog post on the PlayStation Network's website. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. This jerk's video was against the no music rule. His, Surya Butchwald, and Aperluski's video all should have been disqualified because they all had music. He also let Megan know about his sorrow. I am angry, depressed, and lonesome, all simultaneously. I worked so damn hard. I sent like over 500 messages between MySpace, PlayStation Network, and AOL, and I even made up over 120 dummy email accounts to match with their dummy PlayStation accounts so I could stuff the f***ing ballot. Sigh. I failed. So much effort, rapping and dancing with goofy effects to be even considered, spreading the word as far and wide as possible, wasted. And I did it all for you, Megan. I had you in my heart as I chopped the onion a la mode dance. Megan finally let him have a piece of her mind. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be. When I say don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me, and I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
Yeah?
To release his rage, Christian filmed a video of himself shooting a dart-firing Megatron pistol at a dartboard with a photo of Adam Stackhouse's face on it.
And that is how angry I am at
Because
Adam
it's Adam's fault that you're being a fucking freak. My God, dude.
They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
As time went on, his attitude towards Megan changed little, announcing his displeasure at her fraternizing with her friend Christopher. The hugging was one thing, but when I heard the smack of your kiss on his cheek, it started a chain reaction in my head from OMG to simultaneous infuriation and jealousy. I assure you that I would not do anything extreme to Christopher. Originally, I was not fond of him, because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face.
If you have the temptations to fall off the straight path, then I gotta bring it to you. You're not straight. Completely, truly straight people don't have those temptations. Bisexual at the least.
I tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation.
Whoa.
In late October, Daniel Mims, who frequented the game place, covertly snapped a couple of photos of Chris in mid-battle, and his buddy Lucas uploaded them onto the anonymous image board, 4chan.
Oh, it
A
begins!
user on the comedy website, Something Awful, who had seen Christian on the UVA campus, created a thread focused on Christian and his comics, unleashing the Christian myth onto the world. Members debated over the veracity of his supposed actions, and those who have witnessed him in person shared their stories. The fascination around Chris quickly spread to other websites. The outlandishness of his situation motivated people to draw inappropriate fan art featuring Chris and his Sonichu characters. On November 3rd, in a thread on 4chan, a user named Evan Christopher George was encouraged to send Chris an email showcasing a small selection of fan art. This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it. The included images were Chris hosting girlfriend auditions with no darkies written on his desk, a short comic about Chris losing his virginity by having sex with Sonichu, a graphic depiction of Sonichu masturbating while yelling out "No darkies, jerk up," and Chris and Sonic Thorndike, a character conceived by one Blaze Sonic, having a stare down. Chris's reply was rather unexpected. Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me and a girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I'm feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu and have him f her, and draw Rosechu masturbating and squirting. I am straight, damn it. I will not be weird in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely,
These are the actions of a person very desperately trying to hang on to the myth of their heterosexuality.
Christian was
I will not be viewed!
Evan immediately
View
posted
you
Chris's
unless you're
response on 4chan,
amicable
and in order
to be
archive
viewed in that
all
direction
future
in the first place.
interactions, Jason Kendrick Howell created a page on the satirical Wikipedia-style website, Encyclopedia Dramatica, solely devoted to Christian. Under the assumption that these people on the internet provoking and making fun of him, or trolls, were genuine fans of his, he shared the news with Megan. The good news, though, is that I've had more fans for Sonichu than I thought. Now the worst to bad. I got this email earlier that had a set of 4 fan art of Sonichu and me. While I enjoyed more the spoof of me sitting by a box on a sidewalk, girlfriend auditions, and the one with me glaring in the eyes of a blue hedgehog in armor. The other 2, in that set of 4, freaked, creeped, and scared the crap out of my head. A lot worse than my freakout over you on Christopher's lap last night. Please keep that in private. In other words, get a room. I sent him a reply with respective criticism. I was infuriated. He also found out about an artist on the website DeviantArt who had made Stonichu-related fan art but did not credit Chris in it, and also discovered the Encyclopedia Dramatica page. In the meantime, Evan continued to send Chris more fan art. I'm very sorry I disappointed you, Chris Chan. I drew what you wished. He sent a drawing of a naked Rose Chew having sex with Sonichu and finally masturbating and squirting out of her gigantic penis. Oh, and here's more art from more of my friends. I didn't draw any of this stuff though, so if you don't like it, I have no guilt. This email included more graphic content, including Mary Lee Walsh and a transgender Rose Chew. Alright, I have one last batch of fan art. I'm sorry to send so many to you, but my friends are really eager to share it all. I hope you enjoy. He attached more fan art, a few more tasteful than the rest. Chris replied, disclosing a link to the ED page about him. Evan coyly denied accountability. What? What a horrible page. I'm sorry. I must wonder how they got pictures of our emails. I hope no one's hacking my email account. Ignoring security concerns, Christian sent another angry email. Do me a favor, draw a vagina on my Rose Chew. Rose Chew is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle. If I see one more frickin' pickle, I may spread this quote to other adult fan artists. I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow. Evan replied with a simple no! And a picture of Rose Chew holding a pickle saying, I wish pickles could masturbate and squirt. And Evan saying, fudge, you're going to beat me up in SC3 now, aren't you? I shouldn't have let our souls get fiercely entangled. On November 4th, someone who called herself Vivian G sent an email claiming that she independently created a similar character called Sonichu and wanted Chris to acknowledge that it wasn't stealing. Evidently, he stated that it was fan art and that she shouldn't keep doing it because his characters mean too much to him. Vivian then sent a caps-locked email trying to convince him to improve himself. Jesus, are you so high on your horse that you think it's fan art? Jesus Christ, man, you are irritating me. You are putting me under more damn stress than you'll ever have. I want to express my goddamn self to the internet, and I find that some prick who thinks he's so great can call homosexuals wrong. And I have 2 lesbian friends who would be offended as f*** by your ignorance. And thinks that going around stalking girls will get you a girlfriend. Newsflash, bitch. You mean nothing to this world, and you will never get f***ing laid unless you improve yourself. Your troubles with jerk cops isn't because of them, it's because of you. Fuck off and die. This entire debacle with trolls encouraged Joshua Martinez to toy with Chris, who first met him at James Madison University, where they both received speech therapy and remained as acquaintances. He managed to convince Chris that he regularly schmoozed with movie stars, thanks to his connections to the movie business. He contacted Chris and claimed that he found a girl who would like to meet him, when in fact, he was only trolling him. He even pretended to be this Lori and had a conversation with Chris through instant messaging. Christian reported on his elation in an email to Anna. Her name is Lori Lopez. I chatted with her through AOL Instant Message last night. She was really sweet, and not only did I have a great time getting to know her, but, blush, I got turned on. I know that she works at a car lot, I think. She is 23, brunette, brown eyes, and she is a mix of American and Spanish. If you've watched the movie Into the Blue, the starring woman, Jessica Alba, is an American-Spanish mix as well. He also mentioned her to Megan and even attached a supposed photo of her. On November 7th, Chris filmed a video pleading those involved with the ED page to be more respectful about him and take it down, and talked in length about his life and what caused him to be in his current situation.
It has come to my attention that I have a lot more fans of my electric hedgehog Pokemon Sonichu than I had originally thought. And I thank each and every one of you for your support. And I will draw more comics when I get some positive inspiration or when I feel like it. After all, everybody has a life, so do I. I have a life. I would like to humbly apologize for appearing to be some kind of sleaze, troll, badass, or whatever adjectives, good or explicit, you may feel about me. Please understand, I am a 25-year-old high-functioning autistic male with a simple, peaceful dream. of becoming a father of a sweet little pretty girl who I will dub the name Crystal Weston Chandler. Crystal, a name that sounds similar to mine, but it has a nice ring to it.
He claims that his family, on his mother's side, stems from British royalty.
Weston, my mother's maiden name, and a proper English name from royal descent. As a matter of fact, among my mother's side in the ancestral traits, we have been traced down to Daniel Weston, who was on the Mayflower voyage, and beyond him, Anne Boleyn, who was the one of King Henry VIII's wives, who gave birth to Queen Elizabeth I.
He talks about his upbringing, the struggles of the school system, and his achievements in high school. He defends his methods for finding a sweetheart.
All I did was sit around with a sign by my side that said I was looking for a boyfriend-free girl, 1825, yada yada yada, all that page. And I did all that because I have feared rejection and the infinitely high boyfriend factor, because you cannot tell which ladies are paired up and which are not. And wedding rings, that's a whole different story because they're married.
Another boyfriended girl.
It's not like you give every woman a ring who's already paired up.
That snaps her head open. Boyfriend girl.
So please understand, I am not a violent person. I'm decent. I come from a caring, loving pair of parents. I'm kind, I'm considerate. I will respect your space and your feelings ever so much.
I understand. I will snap your head if you talk down to me.
Remember, I'm an innocent person, just like most every one of you. I've had my faults. I've had my share of.
Please understand. I will snap your head if the mood strikes me.
Thank you.
Please understand. I will snap your head open if the mood
With his recent upsurge in interest for Chris, he had the ability to raise awareness for his cause, and maybe even take proper action to prevent further trolling. Or better yet, if he took better care of his online presence, he could have made all of this fade away.
I love the picture. I hate it, but I love it. Picture he used in the beginning, where he's just, like, his head is fucking, like, limp. And he's surrounded by all his toys. He looks fucking dead. It's horrible. But it looks like a fucking, like, post-mortem picture. Like, autistic man found amongst his toys. Dead for 3 months, or dead for at least 3 weeks.
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan.
Yes! Right there! Does he not look... We got 4 viewers. Someone please tell me. Does he not look dead there? Does that not look like a fucking, like, picture taken by firefighters who like, a smell was reported, and the cops took a picture of the corpse? He looks dead! He looks dead!
Less than a week after Christian's Encyclopedia Dramatica page was created, someone updated it by uploading an infamous internet-based photograph called Goatsy, which graphically depicts a naked man stretching his anus with his fingers snugly within his rectum, dilating his orifice to an inhumane diameter.
You
This
don't
upset Chris
have
so
to...
gravely that he took it upon himself to edit the page to make himself appear more appealing. For example, a paragraph noting his racism was changed to, "Oh yeah, he's also old-fashioned. In his idea of a sweetheart, she is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and seminal descent." Not only did he reword sentences and correct historical inaccuracies, but he also extensively added personal information, a tactic which he called information overload. While his intention was to evoke sympathy, it only succeeded in fueling the fire for the trolls. In a way to reassert his heterosexuality, he uploaded several of his own sexually charged drawings, such as one of Sonichu and Rosechu having intercourse, a naked Mary Lee Walsh masturbating, Bubbles and Black Sonichu having sex, and an image called She Came for Quick, which depicted Chris satisfying an unidentified naked woman with his fingers. Those exposed to the picture felt that the woman bore a striking resemblance to his twin sister Crystal, and were convinced that it was an illustration of incest. The fact that he captioned the image with, "Your sister has come for me," didn't help.
Oh,
Outside of his
no.
illustrations, he reflected on his obsession with Megan, admitted
Foreshadowing!
that he was for her, and talked about pleasuring himself using his inflatable sex doll, Officer Nasty. He restated his purpose. "I will continue to shove the true facts from my heart and soul down your throats, only until you take this whole page down for good." Chris would go on creating new accounts and further altering the page for the next few years. As the year 2007 drew to a close, Christian bought an anime-styled sex doll named Kimmy and continued to email Megan, telling her that he would meet Lori soon. And on New Year's Eve, he sent an email to a friend of Megan's, which contained a new freestyle poem called "For My True Love, I Would." For my true love, I treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers.
Dude, she told you no!
Provide for her to my ability.
Like, I feel bad for Chris, but at the same time, I'm so fucking frustrated by every one of their actions towards any girl that, like, is slightly nice to them. Especially Megan. Fucking, it's so sad. She didn't deserve this.
Small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I love you will be shared daily with a French side dish. I am her soldier, to do for her as she sees fit. In January 2008, Christian created a Facebook account, which he used much in the same manner as his other social media outlets, such as MySpace. He managed to befriend several women in his general vicinity and tried to engage in conversations with them. "Hi, Christina. I have read your profile and I find you quite interesting. You're pretty, honest, and smart. If you'd like, I'd like to meet you for a soda or coffee and get to know you better over a pleasant conversation. I also hope you will accept my friend request I have submitted earlier. Please reply if it's all cool. Okay, well, I'm 17 and about to be 18 in a few months, but yeah, I love to party and all that good shit, so hit me up." Cool, Christina. While I don't know what it means to hit me up, I'll assume it means to talk to you more. I look forward to meeting you in person and learning more about you. And if
He's
you need
17.
for a school subject, I can probably help you. I've excelled in math and English subjects. Yo tom apostrophe 2 años de español en mi escuela secundaria. And I took 2 years of Spanish in my high school. Take care, Chris-chan. Okay, yeah, well, here's the thing. First of all, I'm 17 and or too old. And second of all, no or too old for me. And third of all, I'm not into all that Christian shit, but I would still love to be friends with you. And I don't know very many Christians who like to party, cause I'm a hardcore party girl. So, no, nothing like what you may be thinking. I just wanted to be friends with you. I'd wait until you were at least 18 before taking it further. Also, I can party, I just don't get invited much. There's nothing wrong with simply meeting for a pleasant conversation and soda pop. I promise I would not lay a finger on you. Okay,
Oh,
well,
jail waiting, Chris.
I am on probation and house arrest, and I might get locked up tomorrow for breaking my probation, so let's just take it day by day. I mean, I don't know Ooh at all, and people might talk about me hanging with some older dude who I don't know. But I do hang at DQ, Dairy Queen, every day after school, so drop by and see if you can find me. Holla, boy.
Is this AI voice? Like, this was years ago before, like, AI voices kind of got really good, I think. At least before they, yeah, 5 years ago, before they started getting used, like, commonly. I don't know.
School, so drop by and see if you can find me. Holla, boy. After Christian sent another message divulging more details about himself, communication with Christina ceased. He also engaged in a chat with Christy, who accepted his invitation for a chat over coffee or soda, but he ultimately declined her acceptance when she revealed that she was a single mother. He also messaged a Danielle, whose boyfriend in response threatened Chris. On January 20th, Christian pleaded on Facebook for people not to believe what has been written on Encyclopedia Dramatica. There are some cyberbullies who have taken my words and feelings out of context and twisted them into meaningless mockery. Please do not believe those terrible rumors. I am a good man who needs a female sweetheart to soothe my pains from loneliness, stress of social influences, and heartaches. Please help me, so I can help you one day. 4 days later, he described his near encounter with a lady at the Alderman Library. I was playing Sudoku on my PSP, and I was listening in on this conversation between a couple of cute ladies just to my right. I've enjoyed just listening to them talk about their things. I will not divulge any details, because I am the man who will keep a secret. Plus, I don't know all the details. Anyway, after one of the two left, the gal that stayed sitting next to me talked on her cell in what sounded like Dutch or German. It was the perfect opening for a conversation towards making a new gal pal. I had it in my head. Pardon me, I couldn't help but overhear you chat on your phone. But
How much longer is this one?
Speaking, I had
Okay, part 5, fucking 7 minutes in. I can't. But I know, I'll tell you what. Okay. We will transition over there, and then this one.
If you're the greatest wizard ever, then what's your patrons?
It's you, Harry.
I don't even know what you said. You just Chris Chan trying to talk to him.
If they replaced Harry Potter with Chris Chan, I'd buy it.
This is how I was introduced to Christian. And you can see,
I'll go into the door.
it's slightly less depressing.
I'm gonna go there anyway. Fuck you! Stop mimicking me! Mom, he's mimicking me. Julie, stop being a little prick.
Julie? My dad can't be a spy. He's not spy enough.
My dad can't be a spy. He's Christian Weston Chandler. Julie.
I'm a spy.
I'm a spy.
I'm a spy. I'll be a thumb for free.
For free.
I'll join your floop. You make me the creator of sonnetures.
Let me fuck my foolies.
I'll be a thumb as long as you
Chris
set
Chan wouldn't
Rosa
fuck a
Juice
foodly.
free.
If it was a girl one, he would. He wouldn't fuck a foodly. Julian, if it was a girl one.
You would? What are you talking
Of
about?
course he would.
He would be like, ah, it's ugly.
You would too.
He only wants to fuck a beautiful woman with big boobie.
One time I had sexual intercourse with a woman and she said, "Ooh, get out."
That's a good story.
It was a great day for everyone.
I'm still a virgin.
Yeah, obviously.
They're so fucking mean to that.
Virgin with rage.
I still
got
need a cute
rage.
girl my age.
Yes.
Where is Stonehenge?
It's in fucking.
It's in the sky.
It's in
They
the
are
sky.
so fucking mean to Matt.
Country is
You have to
Stonehenge.
climb
But
a ladder to get there.
hot
Somewhere,
damn if he didn't turn out to be not the greatest
Oh,
person.
it's in England? I thought it was in like South America.
It's at the bottom of the ocean.
South America.
When I was a little boy, I saw Stonehenge, and guess what I saw next to it?
What?
Slender Man.
Chop him.
Nope,
that's bad news. That is bad news.
Get out of
Like, I
there.
don't support, like,
Goddamn thing out of there.
I don't support, like, harassing any of these people, but yeah, Matt Watts, I really like, I'm not saying that, like, ironically, like, really don't.
Oh, it was Chris Chan if he was working as
But,
hockey players.
yeah, Matt Watts was
You want your session? Because he said, I'm working on it.
questionable at best.
Let me tell you.
If the head of the department.
Know what you are putting in our sushi.
You cannot pepper spray the customers, Christian.
You cannot pepper spray the sushi. It does not
They
taste
could
good.
condemn our restaurant.
It's not real pepper.
And we would have to move out of it.
He was looking
Why
at
they
the
call it
skirt.
pepper spray if it's not pepper?
Would. Fucking would.
You chop the sushi, you unchop the sushi.
I thought you were really Japanese.
Japanese.
Because your name is Christian.
Christian, I get it.
Now I see you are
Christian.
just Chris bad.
You made it.
Ding dong, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I did it. I'm not autistic, I swear.
I'm Weird Al and I like cheese.
I'm working on it.
I'm working. Al, where's the new song? I'm working on it.
What the heck is this?
Look at these low poly bananas.
I think they're lovely.
What if the polys got stuck in your teeth?
Polly want a cracker?
When can we get a Dole Whip?
Is that Christian taunting a bird?
The bird like bites his finger off because he's just that unlucky.
And he says, I feel anger towards you.
And he slaps the bird on its skull. Do you think like
He pops its little beak around its head like Daffy Duck?
if Chris Chan had teleportation?
Okay, wait. If you go all the way to the left, that's easy.
I'm gonna try this one so I don't feel that. Yeah. Okay, so if Chris Chan had teleportation abilities, what do you think is the most unlucky thing he would do?
If he had teleportation abilities,
Because he's like the unluckiest person in the world.
Teleport into his house, catching on fire again. He tried to teleport out, and he just go even deeper in. I'm out of here.
I want to do Tricity and teleport away.
Tricity.
Tricity.
Because you're the mayor of regrets.
I rule all you dumb babies.
I am the mayor of Rugrat.
Yeah.
I rule all you dumb babies.
They are my personal army.
You fucking asshole.
You call me an Aspie?
I called you an Aspie.
Why are you being so offensive today?
I didn't say anything.
Is Aspie offensive?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's Asperger's.
Asperger's.
I didn't invent the fucking name Asperger's.
That man should be punished.
He should be punished. That's like, okay.
He should be punished for having a name.
I'm burned. I look like I'm burn victim now. What name shall we give burn victims? Fucking Burger Boys. This
Crispy Pisky.
I like that.
Burger Boys?
Burger Boys? That's offensive, and he fucking did it on purpose.
What if Chris Chan is like Mojo Jojo? He accidentally went back in time and named it Asperger's himself.
He says,
Asperger's.
It was me. It was me. It was me.
Asperger's.
I'm working on it.
I'm working on it. I'll work on it. You're the fucking tar.
Chris, no.
What?
You may not say
I didn't
that.
say it. Bob did. Fake Bob.
Oh yeah, he did.
Wee. Scoop ding ding ding.
I'm still gonna die.
What?
I'm working on it.
What's going on with Twitch? What happened to that? I just realized I hadn't thought about that since like the whole thing. Like
Do they swap
two
bodies?
people were like, "I'm going over to kick,"
Oh, it's freaky.
and I'm like, Twitch is gonna fucking die. Kick is taking over, and then I haven't heard about Kick since that happened.
Because he could fix his son from
Like
his
and just fucking I stopped hearing about the news like all at once, and then I completely forgot about it.
The bread maker.
Brands.
He also logged.
Can you bread me some bread?
The bell dinger ding.
I'm breading on it.
Sora has Sonichu on his sword.
Not a
Does
very
he?
organized.
Oh yeah, it kind of does look like it.
It looks just like the Sonichu medallion.
What do you think the Sonichu Keyblade would look like? Was it
Made
just
out of
have
clay.
Yeah.
Pikachu? Oh my gosh!
It would fall apart.
That would be lovely.
You hit somebody once with it and it breaks.
It's not made of clay. It's made out of Model Magic.
It'd be really dirty near the end of it.
I used to make stuff out of Model Magic when I was a kid. I used to do that too.
If you check it on the equip screen, it talks about the special inscription on the back of it proving it's real.
It does look like Sonichu. That's crazy.
We don't have hearts.
I'm surprised I never noticed that on my own. Oh, it's the stupid. It's the Simba.
No, it's
Simba
Sonichu.
head. It looks more like Sonichu on the blade itself.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait!
Wait, were you actually being convinced for a second you're using
No,
a
I
Sonichu
wasn't
keyboard?
convinced, but it was just like.
Did you forget what you
It
equipped?
was an uncanny coincidence.
Wait a second, that's not the Sonichu Keyblade. That one looks different.
Have you ever thought of them going to Quickbill World?
Well, I don't know.
That'd be awesome.
I think it would be fun.
I think that would probably be the best thing in the
It'd be
world.
the smallest world. It'd just be the house.
No,
And it would burn
Quickbill's
down
a whole
at the
city.
end.
It's a whole neighborhood, yeah.
You would meet all the different Sonichus. It'd be so fun.
Who's your favorite Sonichu, Chris?
Regular old Sonichu. The rest are boring.
You don't like Wild Sonichu?
No, I don't like any of them.
You don't like Magichan?
Magichan's pretty cool. I like Corey's interpretation of Magichan.
Kyrie!
Where he talks like that. And he's a scientist that shows his dick a lot.
Poor N-word.
Yeah, poor N-word.
N-word
You
is
did
the
like a
laugh that is
Christian thing
dying.
at the end of your sentence.
Poor N-word. Did I? It was totally subconscious.
Editor replay.
Poor N-word.
What game is Cream from?
Game Boy Advance.
Oh.
Sonic
Was
Advance.
the Game Boy Advance out?
She's from Sonic Screamers.
Sonic the Lemurs.
Why isn't there a lemur?
Lemur the Hedgehog.
You can make one in the new Sonic game.
Are you excited?
And then you can throw it out.
I look forward to seeing Chris Chan posting about how he made.
Oh wait, I forgot. It's
a
not here.
Sonichu.
It's not here.
Sonichu.
I'm sure that there'll be like some kind of item that allows you to use electrical attacks, and he'll be very happy about it.
And then he'll drop the Xbox into his bathtub to try to join Sonichu.
Don't say that. I don't want Chris Chan to kill himself.
He's not. He's not. He's going to a different dimension.
The Sonichu dimension.
Where everybody loves him and knows his name.
Yeah, Quickville.
The afterlife is Quickville.
What if everyone's afterlife?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Like, even for like Jews
everybody,
and Muslims.
everybody goes to Quickville when they die.
What the fuck is this place?
These were the virgins we promised you.
Welcome to Quickville. Muslims, go stand over there.
I really miss Oni Triggers.
Sonic wasn't in the train.
That was one of the things they brought up. They said, 852. Chris mentions noted autistic figure, Chris Chan.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
On that day when it snowed, do you remember?
Because I
No,
don't.
See, I'm sorry. No, it's okay.
Fucking asshole.
How did nobody see my daddy die? How come nobody cares?
My love quest continues.
Hey, Rio. What's up?
Okay.
I have nothing more to say to you.
Bye.
Nothing apparently.
Now get inside my truck.
You see the way you did that Texas talk?
Why are you always talking about Texas?
Yeah, you're obsessed with that.
It's a Texas talk.
The Texas talk.
That's a Texas talk.
The Texas talk. To make it to a 360 and tuck away. Oh yeah, they are really cool.
You think Chris Chan's dad made him do a Texas tuck?
I don't care what you do. You just better do a Texas tuck.
I don't want to think about it.
They had family over for Thanksgiving and he had a huge erection the whole time.
Dad, I've got a boner.
I don't want it.
You get that thing out of here! I'm tearing it down!
Now you listen to me.
He says I'm cutting
Get that goddamn thing out of there.
Sorry.
Cutting it.
I'm working on it. You better. I'm working on it.
That's my favorite Chris Chan video. I love
Me
it
too.
so much.
I'm
commanding everybody in my power.
Tuck that thing out of there. I'm working on it. Get on it. I'm working on it.
You uploaded it, you unload it.
I'm gonna cut down the internet. See you do it.
No!
I'll send a detectives. I'll send a police. I'll send everyone in my power. Get that. Listen to me.
Listen to me. Get that.
Goddamn stuff out of there.
He does those arms.
It's such a good video.
Superhero.
Send in the Marines.
I'll send in the testers.
Send us.
I'll send in asbestos.
That goes right to the exact same place.
Send in asbestos.
I don't get. Okay, what's the story? What's going on in the first level? Explain it to me, because I don't.
The door just got closed.
The door closed.
Pay attention.
He's trying to discover Sonic's unclit. 2.0.
The door got closed.
He's going to pierce
You gotta
Sonic's
open
tank
the door.
twice.
With his fucking mech. That's what the laser's for.
And Sonic's gonna watch high-frequency videos and subliminally believe that he's growing a vagina.
Frequency.
What is that what he actually does?
No, it said that he believed that after watching like high-frequency videos or something, he believes that he's growing a vagina.
That's fair.
He forced upon her his spire.
Giggity,
His
giggity.
spire?
Julian, what the fuck did you just say?
What are you talking about?
I said Chris Chan is a liar.
Hello.
Chernobyl.
I want to go to Chernobyl.
You can't.
I want to.
It's still radiated.
It's gonna be like that for like hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Maybe they shouldn't have dropped a penny in their toaster.
Yeah, that's what happened. Chris Chan had a string of everything.
He was living there.
It was his fault.
He left his coffee on in Chernobyl's bathroom.
I didn't do it.
Imagine
That
if
was
that's
an
actually.
accident.
Imagine if that's actually what happened. Is that
Alright.
he had like a trail of just folded up napkins and garbage.
I think I
and
gotta
went
go.
to the power plant.
He goes out to
Oh,
get like
I gotta
fucking
go. I'm ready
Legos
to
and he
go to
comes back
bed.
and Chernobyl's exploded. And he's like,
Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Let's raid her.
Bam. Bam.
Rolling. Oh no, he's not. I thought he was gonna do the rolling thing.
Alright.
Oh, what?
Yarno.
I got the freaking.
Who's the Yarno?
Making him stagger, and then you went and turned
Nice.
That was so cool. All right, so this will open up that pathway to
Oh, over
Let's
here.
start the raid. Let's get her. Everyone get Yarny. Get Yarny.
Hello there, Knight.
All four. Come on. All four. All four. Yeah.
What? What?
I love you guys. You have a wonderful night. Mwah, goodbye. All four. Go. Yeah. Love you guys. Bye.